Good afternoon. I'd like to call the Rules and City Government Committee meeting to order. For the record, Alderman Arnett and Alderman Schandelmeyer are present. So all members are present and accounted for.
Move
And
approval of the agenda.
As soon as I turn to the correct agenda, it's been moved and seconded approval of the agenda. There is one addition to the agenda, however. I would like to add a report from the
Oh, yeah. Here it is.
Small Maritime Business Task Force. Hope Stewart will be presenting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, under business and miscellaneous, we don't have anything. Approval of the minutes from the November 1st meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And we have one appointment, appointment to Arts in Public Places, Mr. John Arison. Mr. Arison sent us a note that he's not able to attend, but I think we all know Mr. Arison pretty well, as he was our former planning and zoning director for many years. How do you feel about moving forward with his appointment to this commission?
I'll make a recommendation to favorably recommend.
I will second. Mr. Arison was before my time, but if my colleagues will vouch heavily for him, I see no reason to doubt his character and qualifications.
Wonderful, thank
I
you.
would go further to, I guess I'm supposed to turn my mic on. I think he'll add some strength to that committee that's struggling just a bit right now, and I think he would be, and he certainly knows all of the various places in the city that can have additional art in public places. So I would give him a strong personal recommendation.
Well, and I would say yes, ditto to that. He brings a whole different dimension to art in public places with his planning background. So, hearing no further discussion, all in favor of recommending Mr. John Arison for Arts in Public Places, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Okay, going on to legislations. Charter Amendment 224, City of Annapolis Departmental Reorganization.
Oh, come on. Look what I'm getting.
Ms. Buckland, would you like to speak to it? This is the mayor's legislation.
Sure, and I'll ask Tricia to come on up as well.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hopkins.
Yeah, but
So
let's see what the amendment is. Here's the
Yeah, we're ready.
Yeah, no, I was just-
Well, I'm sorry, we're not quite ready.
Oh, you had to touch it. When I touch it.
Okay, Ms. Hopkins is wiring up down there. Do you have a presentation or something
No, I
that?
was just going to refer to the legislation.
Yeah, we do not have a formal presentation. We tried to include information in the staff report to help make what are a few lengthy pieces of legislation a little more digestible. In this case, this is part of two pieces of legislation that together would recreate human resources as an independent department and create IT as an independent department, integrated technology solutions. So there's a piece of that that's in the charter, which is this particular piece of legislation. And then there is parallel language that's in an ordinance that you guys will be discussing coming up.
So could you be clear? It looks like changes on the first two pages simply deal with changing city manager to a proper noun.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So no, I'm sorry, go ahead.
On page 3, it looks like the first significant change occurs, which deals with creating the IT department.
Correct. As with a lot of other legislation, when we're mucking with a particular section of code, Office of Law takes that opportunity to do some just general formatting cleanup. So that first part is formatting cleanup to make the charter and the code easier to read. And you are correct. The first substantive change then comes with the creation of the Department of Integrated Technology Solutions. The particular format here is a basic description. It is intended to parallel how the other department descriptions are written. So tried to go into a similar level of detail, a similar flow to it. And you'll see something similar then with human resources. But you're correct that this is the first part, creating that independent department with that name that council had previously approved.
And Alderman Finlayson, as you're aware too, human resources used to be a department. So we took the prior legislation that removed it from being a department and created the division and reversed it. So a lot of the language you'll note was the reverse of that original legislation back in 2017 when that change was made under prior mayor.
Questions before I make a comment?
Nope.
Well, as you know, Ms. Hopkins, I have endorsed this action for some time now. So I am pleased to see that the agency, I guess, that we've hired to look at our departments saw fit to make this recommendation. So I totally support, and I've been here long enough to remember when those two departments were departments, not offices, I guess. And so this makes them an official department, ranking with all of the other departments in the city.
What was found in the consultant's work is that in all of our comparators with our fact departments.
Could you pull the mic closer, please? Thank you.
So the comparators that were used during the study for those two particular suggested. Isn't it on? Now it's on. For those two departments, that the suggested departments are in fact departments in those other jurisdictions. And so when you look at market data, that's what you're going to see for your comparative data.
So I will entertain a motion, if you gentlemen see fit, on CA 224.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you very much. Going on to 03424, changes in exempt service job classifications. Ms. Hopkins, you are here again?
I am here. So as you know, this study with the PRM consulting firm, we looked at all of the exempt service positions, we looked at all the civil service positions, and all of the full-time employment agreement positions as part of that study. So as a result of that, some recommendations were made to positions in the exempt service, to positions in the civil service. And what we planned ahead of that was to make sure that we were poised for all current, suggested, and future conversions of those employment agreement positions in accordance with city code. And what we have in the exempt service section here is only those positions that are affected through the study that are exempt service related. We know we have to put that in as code changes. Those will not appear in the resolution for the position summaries, because they are in fact coded. in the exempt service section of the code. So that's what you see in this ordinance here.
So technically, the previous legislation, the charter amendment, was to put those two departments in the charter as departments, and this puts it in the code.
Correct.
With the responsibilities
Yeah.
of each of the
Yeah,
directors.
you have to have companion legislation because we spell the departments out in the charter, and then we have to implement the recommendations, the actual titles and the grade assignments.
Okay, questions, Ms. Hopkins?
I'm trying to figure out, does our 5324 ride with this ordinance?
Yes.
Right. So I can wait till that, but I will tell you surprisingly, I have had constituents writing in, questioning, basically questioning the high end of the range and saying that these are higher than even county people get for some of these positions. And I guess I would ask how in the class and comp study these higher ranges were justified.
Alderman, may I ask you to wait until we get to
right.
053? We're on
Okay.
034 right now.
Which
simply creates the Office of HR and IT.
No, it
in-
also adopts the other e-pay schedules.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I'm sorry then, go ahead with your question. I thought you were all referring to only those in
No.
053, which,
if I can jump in real quick. So the ordinance does, so yes and no to your question. The ordinance sort of does four things. It creates the two departments, so it's the code side of the previous charter amendment. It updates a whole bunch of references throughout the code to reflect the title. It doesn't change the functionality of the Director of Human Resources, but it updates the language around that. It assigns E-scale, it assigns that executive scale level to exempt employees, but does not specify what the E-scale looks like in particular, what those ranges are. That's what R53 does.
Right.
So there is a relationship, but this itself does not specify the range and the range on that E-scale. And then there's a little bit of pay rules language that changes.
A little bit of what?
Pay rules language that changes. That's also part of this ordinance.
is that on page 10?
It is 13, let me,
Speaks to in-grade pay increases may be
Yes.
granted.
yes.
That's on page 10.
Yeah.
And these changes were not included in the current operating budget. Do
I'm
I
sorry,
remember
we're
that?
not included in,
The current operating budget, fiscal '25. I thought we set aside and left in the current operating budget, leaving the senior people in all the departments as whatever the PA or N19s and 20s. So these things would take effect immediately, would take effect with the next budget.
they would take effect upon passage. Yeah, there's not actually a fiscal impact. It doesn't actually change anyone's salary.
Right. Okay,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Those were my questions.
Alderman Schneider?
I'll wait for R5324 for the actual salary details. But I do share my colleague's concern regarding certain pays compared to the county.
Okay.
But you also had I'm done. Your turn.
Oh, okay, I thought you were saying to him that he.
No.
you had- I do have a question on page 4, under exempt service includes, number 13, assistant city manager for administration. That would suggest that there is an assistant city manager for something else.
The consultants had recommended changing the job title I hold to describe the area that I most interact with, similar to how the deputy city manager for resilience and sustainability incorporates a description of her primary area of interaction. So that is a recommendation that we have put forward. We have followed that recommendation.
Well, since the position is new for us, I think currently that the city manager designates what he would like his assistant or the assistant city manager to do. Would this limit his ability to assign tasks?
That might be a better question.
And let me,
Do you mind if we rework on that? Can you take that into our,
okay.
you know, if we really should be talking to the city manager about that?
Because to me,
We're having a hard time.
pull it close to you, pull it close to you. It's not
So we should,
close.
thank you. We should really take this back and have that conversation with the city manager around those two positions. And I appreciate the information and reaction that you have, so that would help stimulate our conversation around that. Thank you.
So are you asking us to postpone this legislation completely? Or would you like for us to amend that particular title out? I mean,
Obviously, the city manager has seen this and didn't ask us to not take that particular recommendation. So he's comfortable with this, but I take the point of your question. I'm not sure. I think that the limiting factor would end up coming in whether the underlying job description changed. I'm not sure just the title change creates the limitation. I think it's the job description itself that would create a limitation. But that's my gut reaction.
I'm not comfortable, well, I'll ask Mr. Lyles, he's
Yeah.
going to weigh in here.
We reviewed this legislation, and in our view, the recommendation is not only appropriate, but I don't think that it limits the city manager from expanding upon the duties of the assistant city manager, particularly because 99.9% of the things that the city does below the city manager's administration. Anyway.
I couldn't hear. What is the sense of what I couldn't understand what you were saying. Your voice is so low, it's below my old man ear range.
I'm sorry, Mike Lyles, the city attorney. We reviewed the legislation, and we do not think that the naming limits the city manager's prerogative to expand upon what the assistant city manager does. The title is merely, at this point, for conformance to the recommendations, but we don't believe that it limits the city manager's authority because the code establishes what that authority is.
I understand that. It just makes me uncomfortable with the option that we would have another assistant city manager for other things other than administration. That's my concern.
And this was
about
proactively added. It could have just said assistant city manager, but this is new.
For
Adding
administration.
for administration.
Yeah.
And it does really raise the interesting question, Could there be a city manager for operations or public service or public safety? Or, I mean, there's a whole host of other potentially legitimate assistant city manager things that it might be worth thinking about. But at a minimum, if we didn't have this proactive amendment here, if it just said assistant city manager, then there's no question raised.
And that's already in the code. I would maybe entertain a motion to delete that portion. And if HR and the administration would like to bring it back in a separate ordinance for consideration, I think that would be more appropriate.
Yep.
I think that's very wise, and I'll make that motion, Madam Chair.
And I will second.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is on page 4 of 16, line 34, we're removing "for administration." It's been properly moved and seconded. Further
I'm sorry,
discussion?
it also appears
Does
on
it appear
page
elsewhere?
6. There's one other place.
6, yeah.
Page 6. It's the 4th row of the
Okay.
table.
Yeah.
So, and also, if you don't mind, page 6,
There is no line number. It's in the
no
table.
line,
No,
yeah,
it's-
assistant city manager for administration, to be deleted also.
Might I suggest, Mike Lyles, city attorney again, in order to make sure that the record is clear, the motion is to recommend favorably with the one amendment.
Well, we haven't voted on our amendment yet, Mr. Lawyer.
Yep.
Just want to make sure the record is clear,
Yeah.
because we get some confusing typing sometimes, and we want to make sure it's correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lyles. I called you Mr. Lawyer, Mr. Lyles.
Same thing.
Both are correct.
Okay, so the motion is to remove,
In two places for administration.
yes, for administration on pages 4 and 6. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now we're back to the full ordinance. This is 54.
Okay.
Oh, 54.
So it's not in this list.
No,
So it's not misnamed here in this ordinance.
no, this is in the next piece.
Okay.
So I'll entertain a motion to give a recommendation for 034 as amended by this committee.
So move.
Second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. 02824, Police Department, Property and Contraband Disposal. Anyone want to speak to this? City Manager Buckland? Assistant City Manager Buckland.
Buckland, not Buckley.
Is it Buckland? Oh, Buckley. It is Buckland.
Sorry. This particular piece of legislation from the police perspective, they've already been preparing. This is a change that happened at the state level. They've already been preparing for this, so this really doesn't really have an impact on them. They're already prepared for it, and the city doesn't really have a lot of options anyway.
So you're saying that the department is already doing this, but this is.
They've
the
already been
legis-
preparing.
They've been preparing to do this, so this is the ordinance that allows them to do it now. Okay, questions?
Nope.
Hearing none?
I will make a motion to recommend favorably.
We do have an amendment, Madam Chair.
Oh, there is an amendment, the Savage Amendment, I'm sorry.
Ooh, where? Come on.
It requires the police department to dispose of unclaimed bicycles by donating them to local 501c3 groups.
Yes, this was Alderman Savage's proposal. It's a really great way to offer bike access to children who otherwise might not be able to afford them, or for adults who might not be able to afford them. Biking is a great way to get around, and I only wish I had thought of this.
So is that a favorable motion?
That is my favorable motion.
I second your motion.
Okay. Just recently, on one of the news episodes, they were collecting bicycles from anybody and everybody, and the department had their police department somewhere, I mean, probably Prince George's County or DC, where they were repairing and giving away, and the volume of bikes was astronomical. I mean, thousands of bikes they had. So I think this, too, is a great opportunity. So there's a motion to give a favorable to the Savage Amendment. All in favor?
Aye.
Please say aye. Aye. Okay. That takes us back to the original legislation.
I now make a motion that we recommend favorably on the, this ordinance as amended by the Rules Committee.
Second.
Okay, that is with the Savage Amendment.
Yes.
Okay, all in favor of 028 as amended?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Great. Okay, 02924, fence permit requirements related to buildings and construction standards in Title 17. There's no fiscal impact note on this. Is there a reason?
Both, go ahead. Did you want to?
Cynthia Reuter, policy analyst in the Office of Law. This was added to the agenda, and there were no reports attached to it at the time it was added to the agenda, and they haven't been offered yet.
Well, it has been our practice to not deal with legislation that hasn't had all of the pieces attached. I'm not sure how it was introduced without it.
The council, it was added to the agenda, and the council waived the rules to put it on the agenda without reports.
Okay.
It was added to on first reader to an agenda because it had been in limbo for first reader for a very long time. The primary sponsor was frustrated, is my understanding, for why it had not been so. And
Well, I am concerned that we're still avoiding the rules that we set. Even if we're frustrated, I don't know how to, I would prefer to send it back until it's got all the pieces to it.
May I add that to that, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I see that there's a 400-foot length. It's not 500, it's not 1,000, it's not 50. And I guess I would like to know why 400 feet. What is, I think I know why, because I think it's referring to a specific instance. And while I understand the concern, I think we need to write omnibus legislation, legislation that is applicable throughout the city rather than a specific instance. But at a minimum, if we're going to stipulate 400 feet, I think there ought to be some rationale as to why that's the appropriate distance.
Well, Ms. Reuter, can you tell us, I'm looking at the executive summary, was there a reason 400 feet was chosen, or is this for a single incident, as Alderman Arnett has suggested?
That is a question for the sponsor. He's the one that requested the 400 feet.
Okay. Alderman Sandemeyer?
thank you, Madam Chair. Since the primary sponsor is not here and we don't have all the pieces, or kind of just guessing, I think it may be appropriate to postpone action if the committee is amendable.
I agree, but I want to point out that we use the same logic to postpone action on the forest conservation legislation, and we did in fact postpone it because the sponsor wasn't here. The sponsor, by the way, works during the day. But then we went ahead and passed the ordinance anyway. So I'm bringing this up because I think we need to be consistent, and I think that is the thrust of your motion to postpone, Alderman Schneidermeyer, and I agree with that. But I think we need to figure out how we're going to do committee work when we have committee meetings during the day and the sponsors working, some of the sponsors. Alderman Gay, in fact, working a long way away from the city, so it would really be hard for him to be here. But nevertheless, I think there's enough ambiguity here that I agree we should postpone and ask the sponsor to either send us something in writing or attend the next Rules Committee meeting.
I did forget about the Forest Conservation Bill incident, yeah.
I don't think you did.
I didn't forget, you're absolutely right. And I do think we need to be consistent. And I think we need to be consistent erring on the side of what's right as opposed to doing things that are inappropriate, which is out of order.
Yes. So in that case, Madam Chair, your prerogative for how
Well,
we
you
wish to-
made the motion.
Yes.
And it was
I second.
seconded properly.
Right.
So the motion is to postpone action on 029. And with a note to the sponsor, and there are all kinds of ways
Until the next Rules.
until the next Rules
But
Committee meeting.
invite the sponsor to either attend or send us some written information explaining.
And maybe there's an option to call in,
Yeah, well, that's true.
you know, so there are other options, there are other ways to get their questions answered, you know, in today's technology. So we should suggest that we find a medium for him to, you know, be able to respond. So the motion on the floor is to postpone. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. Next one is 032, fire sprinkler system requirement clarification. No one from fire, Ms. Buckley?
I will take this one. So council passed legislation previously that required sprinklers in the downtown area. And the original intent of that, our understanding was that it applied to everything except for single-family homes. So if you had a mixed-use structure, those requirements would still be there. But the code itself that got adopted was not that explicit. And so this is an attempt to clarify and bring the code language more explicitly in line with what we understood to be the original intent. So it's not a change of practice or a change of policy, but a clarification so that everyone is seeing the same thing.
I notice, and I'll ask this question and then I'll call you on, Alderman. All of a sudden, we're having legislative summaries and staff reports. So what's the difference? Because traditionally, our our staff reports have been inclusive of everything staff. So why or what's different in the legislative summary that should be in the staff report? Ms. Reuter seems to be writing the legislative summary. This is the second piece of legislation today.
The staff reports are more broader picture. Legislative summaries go into more detail of the changes per section.
Okay, that's not required, however. The
No,
only
it's
thing
not.
required are staff reports and fiscal impact statements and staffing impact.
No, it's a
So
courtesy offered by the
why wouldn't
OPSLA.
we include the information in the staff report so that we're sure to capture it?
If I may speak to how this, so the legislative summaries, since the time I've been here, I've seen legislative summaries attached to most things. When I get that legislation and am asked to either write or coordinate writing the staff report, there are times when I'm referencing the legislative summary, which speaks to a little bit more to what was the thought process behind how we got to what ended up being written. And so for me, that has been helpful, a helpful record to have. And I'm sort of used to seeing it attached to most legislation. I'm not misremembering that, am I? Okay.
Well, you know, if we're going to add another requirement to our legislation, I think we should know so that it's consistent. And if we're going to have it, it should be attached to every piece of legislation, not just some. And who's writing it? Because I've seen aldermen write the legislative summaries to their own legislation, which I think is kind of out of line also. So we need to clarify what the legislative summary is. If it's going to be a required piece of documentation to go along with the legislation, we need to say that, and we need to be consistent so we can count on it on every piece of legislation. Ms. Buckland, it had been a practice prior to your being here that we always got staff reports. So it's not, you know, this is new. This is new. So, but that was my question. I think Alderman and then Alderman.
So on the staff reports versus the legislative summary, I find both extremely helpful, and quite often I include both of them when I'm sending out my constituent email explaining what's going on with the legislation. And I think they are different. You're correct. It's basically, since Ms. Reuter's been here, that we've gotten it, and I've been very happy to get them. We have not made those be a requirement, however. And we don't necessarily get it with everything, right? Isn't it more complicated pieces of legislation that we get it?
I do staff summaries for all ordinances,
Ordinances, okay.
and, but not for resolutions, because the information of why and what's
Is in the
the
resolution.
purposes is in the whereas clauses.
Right.
In a resolution.
Yep.
Is that your question?
No, actually, well, I have a comment on the legislation itself, but I'm not sure we're there yet.
We're there.
Okay, well, I am looking at page 2, line 26, all commercial, mixed-use, and residential buildings other than single-family house. Now, does this mean single-family residences above commercial buildings, or does this mean a standalone single-family house? And why in the world would we exempt any single-family home from sprinkler legislation? It's a life-saving thing. It is expensive to do, but we're requiring it everywhere else in the city. And I get complaints from constituents because it's about a $30,000 price tag if you're making more than a 50% modification of your house that's existing. You have to put in a sprinkler system. And I've always said, yeah, I understand, but it saves your life of your children, and also the adjoining buildings next to you if you have the sprinkler system is. So it's our policy as a life safety issue to sprinkle wherever we can. And so I really would want to know why we don't want to have sprinkler systems on single-family homes on Main Street and Francis Street in the historic district, and particularly since those are where we've had most of our fires and most of our big fires.
Michael Isles, City Attorney. The legislation seeks to clarify the intent of the council, this legislation. Any legislation to require sprinkling of all buildings is different legislation. This legislation seeks to just make sure that the wording of the code corresponds with the intent of the council at the time the ordinance was passed previously, requiring sprinkling of these commercial buildings in the historic district. If the council, through the rural city government recommendation, wants to do something else, That's totally on the council. This legislation is not different. It's just correcting the language so that it comports with what the policy is and what the intent is and what the practice of the fire department is in inspecting these buildings, if you will. Basically, what we had was we had a building owner that had a residential property above a commercial property and disputed whether or not they should be sprinkling that building because the code didn't set out that the difference between a building that is all commercial and one that is commercial plus some residential of some square footage. So we sought to close the gap in that because we think the intent of the council at the time it passed was that commercial buildings that had some residential were not exempt from the requirement.
All right, I guess this leads me to the question, are there single-family homes on Main Street and Francis Street?
This legislation is clarifying legislation. If the council wishes to get into and investigate whether the sprinkling is required for all buildings, that's different legislation, but that's not before you right now.
Well, may I ask, I'm looking at the original language, the original A, under applicability, and it does not refer to specifics, mixed-use residential buildings or single-family. So I'm trying to justify in my mind why the addition of mixed-use and residential buildings other than single-family, when that is not referenced at all or suggested at all in the original language.
The original language, if you look at A's applicability, the first three words say all commercial buildings.
That's what I was reading. And I can see adding mixed use for clarification and residential buildings, but there's nothing that references single family or suggests that, and I don't know whether there are no single family homes on Main Street. I'm not sure about Francis Street. But I'm just questioning why the single family addition is added.
And I would further say that single-family homes, the word family, more than any other protection, I want all protected, to be blunt, but most particularly where there's going to be families. That's why we're sprinkling and why we're requiring this expensive addition, is to save lives.
Agreed, but we chose the words residential buildings with mixed use is because mixed use, commercial mixed use can imply several different things. The issue that we were confronted with was a residential mixed use, residential with a commercial use. And so we had to clarify that. So these words were chosen for that reason, because we were dealing with one specific issue, which is one that kept cropping up, where we had commercial buildings with residential on top. And the single family house issue, we added because based on what the fire department was doing, was not requiring, based on the legislation, the word all commercial was not requiring it for single family homes or single family properties where that was the only thing going on the lot.
Sean, I have more, but.
We finished?
My understanding for why they might be phrasing it that way is some owners were kind of trying to use a little wiggle room by installing sprinkler systems that were designed strictly for residential purposes on residential mixed-use properties when they were hoping to get more of a commercial-grade sprinkler system, since these were commercial and residential on top. So that was my understanding of what the purpose of this legislation was to try and do, to close that gap.
So I adamantly will oppose, I'm only one vote here, but I do not sanction excluding single-family homes from being sprinkled. Furthermore, the sprinkler rotating fund was established specifically for Main Street and these downtown mixed-use buildings, And it was established at the time when we were trying to convert the conversion of second and third stories of commercial buildings to include residentials, and we put in the sprinkler fund. We have paid money to put a sprinkler system down Main Street and stubbed up to the building so that they could be sprinkled. I mean, this is a fundamental life safety issue, and I would really have issue if we're doing this to exclude one or two single-family homes that happen to be on Main Street or Francis Street. And again, I agree with you. I don't know of any, but I mean, I could be fine with this if we struck other than single-family house, but I almost feel that's the intent of the legislation, is to exclude some single-family houses. And so if it included single-family homes rather than excluding them, I would have no problem at all clarifying the language.
So Alderman, do you want to make a motion to amend 032 to delete?
I would put a period after, well, I would drop the clause "other than single-family house."
Right.
Might I suggest something, Mike Lyles, City Attorney? If you want all the properties to have the sprinkler requirement, it may be best for the amendment to read, for clarity's sake, all properties, and eliminate everything after the word all up to
Shall install sprinklers.
located on Main Street. So all commercial structures, yes, all buildings located on Main Street and Francis Street shall install sprinkler systems.
Well, does that delete the residences? It's
No,
commercial.
it makes the sprinkler requirement applicable to all buildings.
Not if it's just all commercial.
Just all buildings.
Well, your statement was you wanted it applied to residential as well as commercial, as well as the mixed grouping.
Right.
So we're removing everything after the word commercial except the word buildings until you get to the word located.
No,
So
no,
all
that-
buildings,
That would be all, dropping everything, all buildings shall be install proper sprinkle, commercial, residential,
Right.
mixed use.
Well, I wouldn't
So
put
you
any other
wouldn't even
terms in
keep
it.
commercial.
I wouldn't put any terms in it because that is redundant with the word all. If you say all buildings located on Main Street and
Okay.
Francis Street, that's an appropriate connection to your thought.
So we would drop commercial, mixed-use, residential buildings other than single-family houses
Correct.
located on Main Street
Just stop
and
there.
Francis Street?
Yeah, we delete everything after the word all until you get to the word buildings. Then you delete everything after buildings until you get to the word located. So it would read, all buildings located on Main Street and Francis Street in the Historic District shall install sprinkler systems.
But now the general city code is all buildings are sprinkled throughout the city. Why are we, I mean, I almost feel like we have to have the mayor, whoever asks for this, it's ascribed to the mayor. I think we need to sprinkle wherever we can, and the rules are, if it's a new construction or if you're making renovations that are equal to 50% or more of the value of the building, you must sprinkle, period, wherever you are in the city.
But that's not what this part of the code says. This part of the code is making it mandatory for all buildings, no matter when they were constructed. Or whether they're being renovated. It just says, as of the date, you must have your property sprinkled. So that means everybody must immediately go out, whether they're residential, commercial, mixed use, storage lot, refrigerator, warehouse, must be all sprinkled. All buildings.
So I do remember a little bit of the genesis, you might too, Alderwoman, but a lot of this had to do with single-family homes in the historic district, which have plaster, which have moldings, they have internal structures, which would be disrupted by the installation of sprinkler systems. And there was a great debate, this is years ago, when we were doing this. And I don't remember that this being specific to these parts of the historic district, Franklin Street and Main Street. But it was a discussion about all historic buildings, and it was really a more generic discussion about all buildings in the city. And there's not just life safety issues, there's also protection for adjoining buildings, particularly in neighborhoods where homes are close to each other. And the general title of this is in Title 17 and is Fire Prevention Code. And so I'm very, very uncomfortable with excluding fire prevention code except for in a couple of places, and then seemingly including it for everything in those couple of places except for single-family dwellings, which are the ones that I would think we would want to sprinkle the most. So I don't know what the rationale for the sponsor is, but I personally don't agree with it, and I will vote against recommending favorably on this with that language in.
Okay, maybe I can, what I'm hearing are two options. City manager, city attorney Lyle,
If I might.
Lawyer guy.
lawyer guy.
To do nothing, which is what your intention is here, means that some buildings that have mixed commercial residential will not be required to sprinkle, starting today, or whenever the bill is passed by the council or not passed, if you vote it down as unfavorable to the council. So you risk having the argument by those that own mixed-use buildings that they don't have to sprinkle, because we technically would not have a way to require them to get sprinkled, as we do now, do not have a way to require them. And so this was a clarification, an attempt to have them be required. So if your intent is to make things safe through sprinkling, voting this measure down does not get you there. It creates the problem you're trying to avoid. If the council wishes to go beyond it, which is entirely up to the council, that should be a secondary action by the council. Doesn't mean that this can't be passed and meet your needs, but it should be two bills, potentially. Do this now, and then another bill can come back and say whatever you wanted to say with regard to sprinkling any and all buildings anywhere and everywhere. But today, without this passage, when the council meets, you risk 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 buildings that have mixed uses not being required to be sprinkled, and our fire department would then have to pull back the citations that they issued on those buildings for not having sprinkled, and we would force to just have to dismiss those cases, which is what's going on now.
So I understand what you're saying, because the old A says all commercial buildings located in this area. So it eliminates mixed use and it eliminates residential. But so I go back to my original point. I would say all commercial, mixed use, and residential buildings located on Main Street shall install sprinklers.
And Alderman, that is your right to make that motion,
Right.
which was the original motion
Right.
you made 10 minutes ago.
Yes.
And we think that's appropriate.
Yours is different. The recommendation you made, Mr. Lyles, was that it would say all buildings located on Main Street and Francis Street in the historic district shall install sprinklers. So that's different. Alderman Arnett is keeping the mixed use and residential buildings in, but just simply taking out single family.
The only reason I said it is because the description of all 3 property types, 1, 2, 3, 4 property types, if you keep the list in, it's redundant with the word all. If you want all, then saying all is an appropriate way to get you where you want to be. All buildings. And you don't have to add a list. And so that's why I was just saying that it would be clearer to just use the one word instead of the one word plus a list. The one word all means all.
So it
You
would
can then
be
eliminate the
all-
list.
All buildings located on Main Street and St. Francis Street in the Historic District shall install sprinkler systems.
Right. I think that's a clear way to do it.
Except it's not St. Francis, it's just Francis.
Francis, all right? It's St. Francis to me.
So we're agreeing with you. I'm just saying that's a clear way to do it from a drafting perspective.
So Alderman, you didn't get a second. Did you get a second to the original?
I will second for the
No,
purposes
no,
of.
no, 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 don't second it, because he's changing it, I think.
Yeah, the way I would have it read is, all buildings located on Main Street and St. Francis Street in the Historic District shall install sprinkler systems.
That, if you'd like to make a second.
For the point of debate, sure.
Okay, I thought we had already debated this, but I guess not. Okay, Alderman Channelmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to respectfully disagree with my colleague's opinion. I understand where you're coming from. Safety is important, though single-family homes don't quite have the same potential to spread in this negative, more devastating way as connecting properties do. And these sprinkler systems do add a very significant cost and impact for owners and people to get into the systems. I'm not going to make this as an affordability argument. This is downtown Annapolis we're talking about, but it does add a very significant cost. So I understand where you're coming from. I think the legislation requiring all buildings in the city, regardless of status, to be sprinkled with new put in a certain amount of renovations, well-intentioned, has caused some unintended consequences with general affordability things. So, but that's a whole different bag of words. So I will be politely voting against your motion, but I understand what you're going for.
Further discussion?
Well, no. I think I've made my point, and I think my colleague has made his point.
Okay, well, then I will call the question. All in favor of the amendment to delete mixed use and residential and other than a single-family house?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
And a nay.
Now, Alderman Shonnemeyer, I understand where you're coming from, and it is certainly a problem, particularly when we're looking at affordable housing. But first of all, in this area, I doubt there are single-family homes that are not close together with other buildings. But secondly, that's why we established the sprinkler fund, was to defray those costs. We haven't had people take advantage of it, but we recognize, particularly in these buildings, which are much more sensitive, that it is probably more expensive than ever to put in the sprinkler systems. And that's, again, why we established that rotating sprinkler fund.
Fair.
Okay, further discussion. Going on to page 3, line 12, which is the amendment that requires the fire marshal approve the type of sprinkler system. I have a question about the approval of the, are there only limited numbers of sprinkler systems from which one can choose? I just thought it was odd that the type of sprinkler system that's used would be approved.
My understanding is that this particular language was requested by the fire marshal's office, basically for, again, sort of for clarity and a heads up to residents that in order for them to be able to approve it, it needed to meet this standard. And so it was an attempt to guide people toward approvable systems. I personally don't, and I would need to go back to the fire marshal's office to find out whether that's a list of only 2 types of systems. I would have to find that out. if you're interested in that. But I can do that.
I guess, go ahead, Alderman.
And so it's consistent with line 2, which puts this under the NFPA. And in fact, there are more systems. There are water systems, there's halide systems, which are more appropriate in the historic area because they don't destroy all the plaster and moldings and things like that. You still do have to install them. So someplace there has to be a hole in the ceiling and there has to be a control system, but there is more than one system. Unfortunately, they're all expensive. There's no cheap system to save lives and buildings. But this language here, the action words on line 13 are the sprinkler system is required to be approved by the fire marshal. The systems are actually contained up in line 2, where it puts us under the NFPA current guideline protections.
I guess I would be more comfortable if it said that the standard must meet the NFPA standard, as opposed to needing the fire marshal to approve it. They have to meet the standard. Does that make sense?
It does not, and I'll tell you why.
Please.
Whenever anybody is doing a renovation or a new building, the fire marshal is one of the steps in the approval of their permitting. So they will be involved no matter what. And so this is just simply saying, it's redundant in a sense. It's saying you're going to have to get the approval of the fire marshal. Once we put it under the NFPA standards in line 2, they will be approving it. It's just a part of the general permit approving process.
Okay, and I understand that. I guess it sounds,
I hear what you,
it sounds like the fire marshal gets to approve it, but really the fire marshal holds them to the standard that's being set by NFPA.
The fire marshal recommends in a multi-step process to the director of planning and zoning, who ultimately gets a recommendation from John Manessa and permits and approval, who collects all of these approvals from everybody, public works and fire and police and so on.
That's part of the adequate facilities requirement. So, I mean, if you guys are comfortable with it, I just think that it should speak to the standard and not putting the responsibility of an approval on a fire marshal, but
We could drop 4 altogether. Once, if we keep line 2, it is a normal part of the process. I understand what you're saying. It seems overbearing or an imposition. Permitting is an imposition.
Yeah,
There's no doubt about it.
I don't see it as an imposition.
Well, I don't either, but it.
So, Alderman Channelmeyer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've been having conversations with some couple property owners in downtown and with the fire marshal's office and trying to get a better sense of this process. And while cost is certainly a factor, one of the main things when it does come to the sprinkler process that has caused the biggest headache, it's been getting the final approvals and time. Our fire marshal's office does say that they're able to get approvals done on their side in about 3 weeks. And they are doing pre-op meetings, so where a sprinkler installer company will come in, show them their plans, and they can kind of give some general guidelines. But something that building owners have said is they would like to actually have either, whether it's from planning and zoning or someone from the fire marshal's office, do actual walkthroughs of the building with them so that they know exactly what works the first time and there's not this long line of backlog. We also know that in our planning and zoning office, revisions of plans can take months or longer to get resolved. And that's one of the major problems where people are just worried that if a plan doesn't get approved the first time, it's just going to be a year or longer process. And that's what really adds the hurt in this, especially with the deadline coming up. And I know 5 years sounds like a long time, but we got a lot of unsprinkled buildings, and with that backlog coming in, that might cause a lot of people to have a complaint. I don't know how to address that here without us adding like a specific requirement on our side.
Alderman Arnett?
This is an explicit discussion I've had, and I would encourage both of you to have with the new director. He fully understands that. The problem is it's a very disjoint, you have to go to several different departments, and it gets to the department, and it gets on the pile, and it waits its turn to be addressed, and then it comes back and is collected. He has appointed a new person that he's very, very comfortable with and being competent in doing this. But I think there could be, maybe we could offer to provide some help. It could be that these kinds of permits, to the extent possible, go to the top of the pile, not the bottom of the pile. And that's exactly what he has said to me, but I don't think it would hurt to have a conversation with him. I hear that all the time as well. And it is a frustration. It is a part of the process, but you're right. It takes an inordinately length of time, and I can tell you I was pleased that he was aware of it, but I would encourage you to bolster by having that same conversation with him, and I think he'll be happy to get our support.
Yeah. Now, we are hearing this in, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
No, go right ahead.
Now, we are hearing this in Economic Matters on the 18th. I have asked if members of Planning and Zoning in the fire department, or I'm sorry, our fire marshal's office, and I'm trying to get a couple building owners down here too, so we can get at least everybody heard at the table when we hear this and come up with a potential plan of attack for everything. Because we do want the buildings safe here, but we also got to be understanding of time and money, because regulations can add up.
So would
It is even more critical if, in fact, we put the comprehensive plan in place.
Yeah.
Because we are really talking about significant conversion, getting rid of all commercial designations, and significant conversion along the major corridors to mixed use. And we can't do the good thing of the comp plan and then thwart it by not getting things approved.
Could we add a category that deals with approval timelines?
I think that would be a really helpful thing to have. Do we have anyone from Planning and Zoning here, though? I think that'd be something really awesome to have. I wish we had someone from Planning and Zoning here that could give us something that would not rush them too much, but also give them have them know that we want a sense of urgency on the plan revisals. But
Hope is here.
But I don't think I can speak on
let's say,
We can just do what we're doing here and defer it to, I think what you're asking for is broader than just under fire regulations. I think it's something that needs to go into the early sections of permits in Title 21. So I think it's a new piece of legislation.
I think you're right, Alderman. I'm getting onto things that aren't entirely related to this, and it's a lot of things are interconnected, but not interconnected enough to go into this. But I think you are correct in what you were saying.
Okay, so do we have a motion on the floor?
I had a motion, did we take care of my amendment?
Right, we did vote on the
Okay.
First Amendment on page.
And we had the discussion of your point, which I fully understand, on page 3. And I'm not sure that we really need the new section 4, but the author of the legislation felt a need for it, and without having that person here, it doesn't bother me, because I think it's all really taken care of up in line 2. So I would be prepared to make a motion to recommend favorably with the Rules Committee amendment to the City Council.
I'll second.
Okay, further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of O32 as amended by the Rules Committee, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Madam Chair,
yes, sir.
we do have a number of people here who I think want to speak to the small maritime report. Could we interrupt the agenda to get that report from Hope and the I'm pretty sure the people here want to speak to that report from the Maritime. This report here, the Annapolis Small Maritime Business Task Force.
Well, I hesitate only because we have Ms. Hopkins here to speak to.
Oh, that's true, we do. Yeah.
And there are other folks. We have Ms. Aisha here for her report, and I'm not sure what the other two gentlemen are speaking to.
I think they're from,
So as much as I'd like to rearrange the schedule,
Okay.
I think we should
all right?
consider everybody's time.
Yep. Okay.
So, and of course, the next item is R46, Task Force to Study Residential Marine Vessels.
Right.
We had a lengthy discussion at lunch about this legislation. And there are 3 amendments. Mr. Alderman Schnellmeyer has 1 amendment.
Yes. So amendment, do we want to discuss Amendment 3 before anything
Sure,
else?
you're the
Madam?
one that's here, so
Okay.
we'll take your amendment.
Okay.
So Amendment 3 was in regards to, I did feel 2 members very heavily impacted by this task force were being excluded from the conversation from the get-go, and that was the owners of the marinas and members of the liveaboard community. And so the goal of Amendment 3 was to guarantee them a spot at the table during the legislation or during the task force process.
So they would be added,
Page 4, the membership list.
page 4, so we would create a H and an I. Is that what you're
Yes, Madam Chair.
suggesting?
Yes, Madam Chair.
I'm fully supportive of that, Madam Chair, and I think that it was thought notionally that they would be included in maritime industry, but I think this gives 2 membership places that need to be recommended. I know for a fact that the liveaboards would like to be excluded from all of the discussion of this, but I'm not sure how we can do that. So I would support Amendment 3.
Okay, a second? Or you make a
So moved
motion in a
and-
second?
yes.
Okay. The only question I have is that whether that's sufficient. Because I feel, I have a concern that we're still leaving groups out.
Well,
And I
there's
can't
more
name
amendments.
who they are.
There's more amendments adding more people,
Oh, okay.
1 and 2.
I know one is the timeline. I didn't know the other one.
2 adds more people.
Well, in regards to the legislation as a whole, we can get onto that because I will share some what I think is newer, more relevant information in the grand scheme of things. But sufficiency, always happy to have new things, but I think this is a step forward, and I welcome new members to be added as well.
Well, right now, the motion on the floor is to add H and I.
Yes,
Correct.
So, and I will wait to hear, to check out the other amendments. I didn't recall one of them, clearly. So I will just call the question on the Schnellmeyer amendment. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Let's go to Amendment 1, which is the gay amendment, that requires the report to be completed in 6 months as opposed to a year.
I can speak to that if you would like, Madam Chair.
Sure.
So both Economic Matters and Environmental Matters supported this amendment, and I would be happy to make a motion to approve Amendment 1, the gay amendment.
I will second the amendment, but I do have a question. The Maritime Advisory Board recommended against this. Do you know why?
Yeah, they feel that there are a lot of questions that need to be asked and answered. And I do agree with them, but we don't have the luxury of time. If this is going to be introduced and handled in this term, the ordinance itself will have to be introduced by no later than the end of June. And I would certainly like us to be collecting information. Be interesting to see what the ordinance is if it's introduced. But they're still suffering to some extent from the pangs of not getting the information that they thought was supposed to be forthcoming from ordinance 2521. But they were very much wanting to get a lot more breadth of information, and that's why they wanted to keep it a year. It doesn't make sense to keep it a year because everything will have Sonny died by then.
So they didn't oppose the entire ordinance, they just opposed the gay amendment?
Well, they actually supported the ordinance, the resolution as written, because as written, it has a year, so they supported it.
Okay.
This is an amendment to shorten the time
Right.
span.
I thought I heard Alderman Schnellmeyer say they opposed it, but they only opposed this amendment.
Correct.
Okay,
I apologize for my poor phrasing.
that's great, all right. So is there a motion to give a favorable recommendation to Amendment 1?
I think I made that, but I
Oh,
will
did
make-
you? Okay,
Second.
and a second. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the gay Amendment 1, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Amendment 2 is the Savage Amendment.
And that has two parts to it. And I can
And
speak to
would
that
you
if you would like.
please?
So this came up in actually Economic Matters, and this was to add yet another group that should be represented, which are the watershed and creek associations. And as you would suspect from Alderman Savage's background, that's to represent environmental issues. And so he thought those should be added. And then he added a section under, on the last page, whatever, the second page, to determine if houseboats should be hardwired into the sewer system, which seems like it's mixing wiring and plumbing, but, or served by pump-out services, and the potential risks or benefit of either approach. So this was adding to the mission of what the task force would consider, and then assess the capacity of pump-out boats and how this would impact the service. And that's in response to information given by the harbor master that they have limited pump-out facilities. They would have to expand their pump-out facilities. I did learn, actually in a walkthrough at Port Annapolis, that a lot of the big marinas have their own pump-out capabilities. They have carts that they wheel around and can pump out. It would really, we'd have to find out more about the characteristics of the houseboats, to how big their holding tanks are. But there,
Thank you.
got it? Yeah. So those were the two thrusts. This does not speak, I think, to your sense that there needs to be even more representatives, but this was his motion to add representation, but also to add a question that would be considered by the task force.
Alderman Schnellmeyer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One quick correction. This came up in environmental matters, not economic.
Oh, okay.
Economic matters took no stance on this because it wasn't seen as
You're
an
right.
economic
I
issue.
stand correct.
I will say the second part of Amendment 2, the first part of Amendment 2, I have no opposition to. Why not? The second part of Amendment 2, in some meetings with members of the liveaboard community, this does have some members of the liveaboard community very nervous because it would add some pretty substantial and significant costs to their homes. And they are worried that by putting this in here, it's a leading question where they think the answer is going to automatically be yes. And that's going to impact how they live. And when the answer is made yes, they're not going to be able to live there anymore.
And I've heard exactly the same thing, so I can confirm that concern. I can tell you that in my meetings with them, I've talked with them twice and one at a coffee. My sense, when we actually get to the ordinances, that we would make the work, and we can do that here with the task force as well, related to commercial residences that are going to be leased, long-term or short-term, not to non-commercial. The liveaboards are not commercial residences, they're their boats, and they're paying their slip fee. So I think that could speak to a different kind of amendment, but you're absolutely correct. They are very nervous about this, and I understand why.
So is there an opportunity for us to accept the first part, the amendment on page 1, and not the amendment on page 2? Because I concur with the Alderman. I'm not comfortable with adding all of these components.
Sure, I can make a motion to accept the Savage amendment with regard to adding Water Creek and creek associations, but to not accept the amendment that is under the utilities and water quality.
Second.
Okay, further discussion? No discussion on the last part, potential mitigation measures.
Oops. Come on. Got to get back to it.
Yeah, the second page.
Oh.
Pages aren't numbered.
Develop. I mean, I'm in sympathy with that, but I don't feel it's necessary, because I think that is the mandate of the task force writ large. To not, in fact, I see them gathering some data, but I actually am more looking forward to them gathering how other municipalities are dealing with this. I understand from the harbor master's office that the District of Columbia does allow houseboats and has, in their view, a very good way to manage them. And so I want to know how everybody else is doing this. We've heard about Ocean City, although that is actually back in court. And we've heard about Newport, and we've heard about some of the marinas like around the country. Safe Harbor does not allow them, but there are places that do allow them. And how do they do it? And so it's looking outside of our borders to see, are there good ways to do this, and how do they do it?
So for clarification, we are only approving the amendment that is on page 1.
That is my sense, yes.
That is also my understanding, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I just want to be clear.
Right.
So hearing no further discussion, all in favor of Amendment 1 on R40, I'm sorry, this is the Savage Amendment.
Amendment 2. Does that
Number
now
2.
become the Rules Committee amendment?
Well,
Yeah. So a way to handle it is to make a Rules Committee amendment that does the first thing
Well-
out of the Savage Amendment.
well, then we would have to oppose the Savage Amendment.
Right.
And then create the Rules Amendment. Ms. Aldridge, is it proper?
Yeah.
So I'll entertain, well, there's a motion on the floor to approve
No.
with, how do we do this? The motion, well,
We oppose
oppose,
we
okay.
oppose my motion.
So oppose the original motion. So all in favor of the Arnett amendment, please say aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Okay, so that's out of the way. So the new rules amendment will be, and the numbers will change, because
Right.
here we had just put in an R and I in the previous motion, but that falls after this one, so.
Yeah.
The rules amendment would be to add without saying what the letter is,
Membership for
under
Watershed or Creek.
membership, Watershed and Creek Association.
Right. I will make that motion.
Second?
Okay, further discussion. Hearing none, all in favor of the rules amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and that takes us back to the original legislation, R46. And Alderman Arnett, you said you had a question about it.
Oh, I had a point, though.
Okay.
So the original spurring of this was potential for introduction of legislation regarding updating the houseboat code and potential for short-term rentals being introduced. The primary driver of this, though, no longer seems like it's going to be introduced, and I think the task force is now just sort of moot. I understand wanting to collect data, but if the original driving point is no longer there, we're kind of running down to a deadline of doing this for nothing.
So I have two responses, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yep.
First of all, a lot of the information that I put in as a request has to do with actual descriptive information on the marinas in the city writ large, and really is speaking as much to Ordinance 2521 that we passed long ago and haven't gotten information. And so I think that collecting this information in its own right is a good thing to do, and in fact is long overdue. In terms of whether or not or when the mayor is going to introduce an ordinance, if he doesn't introduce it, some of this will be interesting, but a moot point, as the alderman suggests. But if he does, we have precious short time to get this going and get the information back before everything sine dies. The mayor's ordinance, if I understand the nature of it, if it stays similar, will have to go to the Planning Commission, which means that it'll automatically fall under the 120-day rule. I believe we have in code, we can't introduce anything after June that goes to the Planning Commission because it will not have time to get passed before everything sine dies. So I know we're in an unusual circumstance that only comes up at the end of terms, but we are in that circumstance. And so I guess my sense is, particularly since a lot of this information that is overdue to us, it doesn't harm to go ahead and start collecting that information. And it's actually information that I think the code currently calls for being collected annually, and we have not gotten any of it yet.
I think I'm sorry, Madam Chair,
Go
I
ahead.
spoke out of order.
That's fine.
Thank you. I think there might be more efficient ways to collect data that we're already owed in the required original maritime legislation. And I do understand and share your frustration on that. And I think we should, if any staff members from planning and zoning are listening, start issuing some fines for noncompliance instead of just harshly worded emails and letters. Hint, hint.
I'm sorry, I missed
He
the...
said hint, hint.
But
It's a legislative term, it's
Yeah,
new.
right.
it's Latin originally. From Hintius Hintius. But another thing that I do want to bring forward, if this task force does go forward, is after meeting with some LIVA board members, is they also share some additional concerns regarding a lot of things brought forward by what seems to be a predetermined conclusion of the task force to put additional taxes on them. Their rationale is they rent a space from the marina owners. The marina owners are paying taxes, and how it's seen to them is we pay our slip fee, which is their rental space, similar to how when I was renting my apartment, I wasn't paying my property tax. that was part of
Yeah.
my rent to my landlord. So one of that is addressed on the page 3, lines 13 through 17, which addresses some of the taxes, although that's rely on essential services funded by property taxes. Oh, that's just more saying that they rely on services. But the main part of this, though, is develop recommendations for determining a fair and equitable method. This is going to be on page 6, lines 21 through 24. Develop a recommendations for determining a fair and equitable method for assessing a fee in lieu of property tax for marine, residential, and commercial vessels, including factors such as vessel size, value, and usage. So
Still in committee.
So residential, these residential boats are paying their rents to the marina owners, and these marina owners are paying their property taxes. 2, from our land value study, we are seeing that these marinas are revenue positive. So they are generating more revenue than they are getting in services and city services like water, sewer, sidewalk, roadways. So we already know that these are a net positive for us, and they're a pretty substantial one. So I think coming in, going, we're going to develop recommendations for a fair and equitable fees or fair and equitable property taxes, it sets the deck for us already trying to come in wanting to tax these further or wanting to fine or fee these further. So I do think we should strike lines on page 6, lines 21 through 24. And that is my motion for an amendment.
I will second that, but I'd like to respond to it.
Certainly.
So I understand the rub, and believe me, I'm very sympathetic. First of all, I was very impressed by the actual effort that the liveaboards did and came and testified before the council. I know this is important. I also recommend, and I think this is a point recognized, Alderman Savage makes even more than you, Alderman Schondemeyer, which is this is the most affordable affordable housing in the city. And I don't think we want to disrupt it. There's more reasons why we don't want to disrupt it. This is really part of the maritime heritage. This is the part of the funky coolness of being in Annapolis. And these are cool people. So I'm certainly open to that. The rub is, how do you distinguish non-commercial liveaboards, and I'm giving a hint here, from commercial enterprises, which are houseboats that are used for rent or charter, whatever the word is. And I'm certainly open. I would love to get their anxiety level down. So is there a way you can think of that we can change lines 21 through 24? We do need to still make sure that we're getting property taxes for the commercial enterprises, which is the commercial enterprise. And the marina, one of the people espousing this, has said that they can earn $12,000 a year from a slip if it's a recreational boat, but $80,000 a year if it is a commercial boat or a boat for charter or rental. And the difference between recreational boats and those kinds of boats is those boats are occupied day in and day out. Recreational boaters show up occasionally, they park occasionally, they use water occasionally, they use electric occasionally, and those sorts of things. It's not a full-time, a year-long for someone who is staying all year long in a houseboat, or a weekly rent for people who are chartering it or renting it as a short-term rental is much more intensive use, much more intensive in things like the sewerage, like the gray water that is going into the waters, which will be day in and day out substantial. And they will be getting full city services. They'll be able to call the fire. They'll be able to call an ambulance if they're choking. All of those other things, they benefit from our planning and so on. So I do think that the city needs to be properly compensated, just like I pay for my house. And so I don't know how you write this to allay the fears of the traditional liveaboards, but I'm certainly open to language.
Alderman, was that a motion you were making to delete lines 21 through 24 on page
Yes, and I
6?
second it.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. We've had discussion. I think we should call the question. All in favor of the amendment, the Meyer amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Nay?
Nay.
Okay. Moving on. Any other,
So we have the resolution.
we've done the three amendments, the Gay Amendment, the Savage Amendment, and the Schandelmeyer Amendment. So we've completed all of the amendments. I will entertain a motion on R46 as amended.
I move that we recommend favorably as amended.
So moved, or second to have it discussed.
Okay, so it's been properly moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye?
Opposed? Nay? No,
No opinion because I do think this is all moot.
okay. So there's no recommendation from
rules.
this body.
Which is a shame because, I guess these, the rules recommendation then won't go forward on.
It will go
amending.
forward because I'll speak to it, because
Oh,
I
okay.
want the full body to know
All right.
that the committee discussed it at length and was divided on. And I didn't speak to it, and I will very briefly. You know, I know the inception of this, and I strongly believe that this can be accomplished without creating a task force. I think we can gather all the data that's needed to address the problem at hand. So
Was it
moving
yes,
on.
no, and abstain?
R53, changes to executive pay. Ms. Hopkins?
Finally back to that.
Yeah, so this is coming from the recommendations from the consultant still.
Do you want me to or you to? So we heard the council, the first time around.
Thank you.
Need to talk louder. So the first time around, the executive pay was proposed. We understood the concerns. We went back. We did a lot of work with the consultants. We looked at all of the comparative jurisdictions. We talked about a more appropriate range. And so what you have before you is the result of all of that conversation and reevaluation.
May I ask what occurs if we don't approve these ranges?
Well, we would have to make sure that in the legislation, in the ordinance, that we have proper grade assignments for the positions. We already have approved salary schedules that pretty much mirror the past. It does not address, however, the recommendations to make a separate HR and IT department, so we'd have to consider that change. But we would certainly have a default back to an existing pay scale that's in place. That is not consistent with the recommendations of the consultants. What we find, part of the construction of the scale is that it's an open range. And virtually every other jurisdiction out there has open ranges, not just for the executive level, but a lot of times for their non-represented ranks as well. And so that would be a difference. I'm not sure if you have any other questions relative to that, but that's how we got to the recommendation that's before you.
Questions? Alderman
Yes,
Arnett?
so again, I have constituents that are looking at, at the top of the scale, almost 300,000 a year. Now, I have to admit, and I've spoken with you about this, our jobs of our department heads are not necessarily scalable in the sense that, we should be, that the work of our department heads is different doing the job in the city versus doing the job in the county or doing the job in some other county. The requirements for public works, for example, and running a department like that are, there's less people, but the skills and the responsibilities are commensurate. But I'm wondering if you had a scale on the high end that was significantly lower, and say 126,900 to 140, or 145, and then 145 to 190, and then 196 to 250, or something like that. And I'm just pulling out, for instance, numbers here, but again, some of these, I'm told by people who work for the county, some of these ranges are above ranges for similar jobs in the county. I don't know, that's hearsay, but it does seem like a considerable amount of money for a city of 40,000 to pay. And I don't recall, because it's been a while since I looked at the class and comp study, this section, but I don't recall why these levels were, what substantiates these levels. So I'm throwing that question to you.
So I just want to make sure that we're comparing the right grades to the right assigned positions. And so the E5 is essentially the director level, which maxes to 240,000. The E6 is at the city manager level. So it's real important that what we're comparing is the right apples to the right apples, first and foremost. The comparators include all of the ones identified, not just the county, Anne Arundel County being the county in that reference, but also to Howard County, to our other municipal comparators with City of Alexandria, with Frederick, with
Baltimore County.
Baltimore with regard to public safety. Yes, we use Baltimore County in that regard. So, it's all of those comparators from which we would also draw applicants or potential applicants for positions. So the 240,000 on the maximum is really very close to all of that. And again, we have expanded the range. We are not dropping people in at the top of the range. We have expanded the range. We will stay within our anticipated budgeted amounts for those transitions. And I work very diligently with departments when they're making salary offers for positions. I want to make sure I've maintained internal equity as well when we're hiring into these new grades. When we transition, for example, for the A scale and N scale placements, people with 20 or more years of experience who are in longevity steps are falling into no higher than step 14. Therefore, we don't hire above that step, so that we keep an internal alliance now that we've moved from our longevity steps to non-longevity in the new ranges. So that would be a similar pay philosophy that would make perfect sense at the executive level. And so we negotiated our agreements with our bargaining units, and they're 2-year agreements. We're holding the scale in place for 2 years for them. It should be an absolute expectation that we hold a similar pay philosophy for our executive ranks as well. And you'll see more of that when we bring forward to you independently for the payrolls review. So I hear the expressed concern, but we're also holding place until we get to a new market analysis in a couple of years.
What was the last again? You're
Market analysis.
A new market analysis? Did I hear a new market analysis?
Well, we would do periodic market analysis, and the recommendations from the consultants is that we do that on a more rigorous number of years in between.
Okay.
And so we've negotiated agreements for 2 years. We should be doing the same thing to reassess our position in the market when we get back into collective bargaining.
May I ask, how many people do we have at EO6?
One.
How many employees do we have at that step, at that grade, EO6?
Well, that is a placeholder for the city manager.
Okay, so
So we know the Salary Review Commission will have to work.
so that would be the city manager.
Correct.
And
Correct.
what about EO5? And
So if you go back to the exempt service legislation, you'll see all of the department directors identified for that.
okay, I'm looking at, so EO5, and I'm sorry, I missed what you just said because I was trying to read, are all the department heads. So their range would be 160 to 240.
Correct.
And how many is that?
How
12.
many department heads do we have?
12,
12.
that would be 12 total.
Including the 2 new ones?
Yes.
Okay. How would they get to the highest level?
Through
Which means the
annual,
240 range.
through annual increments. Once a year increments tied to
And
performance.
what's the annual, so we've changed so much stuff and I can't keep up. What's the annual increment? At one time it was 5 point something, right?
Correct. So when, for our non-represented employees, when you get above the market median, it's a 3% step. Do you want to
So
address
this
this?
These would all be unrepresented. This is all
They are.
department heads, correct?
Correct. So for an open range, for all the rest, the existing pay scales are step-based, right? So the distance from step to step is predetermined. In an open range, those annual increments are not predetermined. Those end up being part of the recommendation of the annual budget. So what you see in other jurisdictions is that there is a recommendation, and you don't do it person by person, you do it as a group. Typically, what you'll see is some parity between changes, kind of across the board. But typically, then that would be something that would be part of the budget recommendation. Is this includes an annual merit increase of X percent for those on the E scale.
So we would have to determine that annually as part of the budget process.
And it was already incorporated in an FY25 budget.
Yeah.
And so when the end scale, when the grade 19 and 20 was added back to the end scale, all of our individuals currently who are on the scale are in the upper elements of that scale. And so anniversary dates have already occurred for some of those individuals, and they've gotten 3% increases associated with that movement, that step movement.
Well, where does, for example, I don't think we have too many in this position, but where's the city attorney fit? He's
Same as the department directors.
as a
In
director.
the same, in the same.
But I'm not sure, I'm sorry, Mr. Lyles, you're not here. I'm not sure that position gets the same merit pays that others have gotten annually. So I'm just concerned about, and I don't want to call it arbitrary, but that's kind of my word at the time. How does that work? you know, this just seems to be so wide open and leaving the discretion to whom?
So there typically is not discretion, right? The same way now you don't get to choose, you know, what, if someone has had a successful performance evaluation, they are eligible for that merit increase, and that applies to everybody, directors, not directors. So as part of, and again, I'm speaking of what you typically see in other jurisdictions, which is, I'm assuming, similar approach we would take here. Once that percentage is set as part of the budgeting process, you don't have discretion to choose something else. So if that person had a successful performance evaluation, that whatever that percentage was is what would be applied. That there typically is not discretion at that point.
So if we're in the bargaining process and which we should be doing, but we don't, give direction that we have X number of dollars, which would equate to I'll be generous, a 10% pay raise. How would that fit into this range that you're providing? Would it be 10% of their existing salary up to the range that's being provided? I'm just trying to understand how this all works.
So in every case, the maximum of a pay range is the maximum that can be paid.
Right.
That is a pay philosophy of the city that is consistent with every pay scale that we have. We don't have any provision in city ordinance or city code, rather, to provide for paying below the minimum or paying above the minimum, a maximum rather. That your range is your range. So when you receive pay that gets you to the top of the range, that is where you stay until there's a scale adjustment that is otherwise known as a cost of living adjustment. And that's when those changes occur. We've had clearly in many years, including the transition on the scale to the new scale, we have given across the board increases in pay that has adjusted the pay schedule itself. And then individuals become eligible for their merit increases depending on where they are within that range. It was extremely important to us to move away from those longevity steps, or what others have referred to as longevity holds, because that affected a person's ability to move through the scale on an annual basis. You already had legislation previously that adjusted the language around moving through the pay range, and that is clearly the method is it's performance-based. It's tied to a successful performance evaluation, and that movement for both the exempt service and the civil service is based on achievement of the next step based on the performance review.
Mr. Lyles?
And I would just, Mike Lyles, City Attorney, would just make one comment about City Attorney being E5. I think that's inappropriate. I think E6, because the E6 is an at-will employee who could be terminated only by the City Council at this point, given the City Manager and the City Attorney, in my view, currently operate at the same level. The City Attorney's job crosses all departments and manages the risk profile of the city, reports to the full City Council, as well as the staff, who are mostly on the attorney's side, at-will employees of the city. To put the City Attorney at an E5, I think, is a maladjustment of the importance of the City Attorney with respect to who the City Attorney and the staff report to, which right now is the City Council, and could only be removed by the City Council at this point, in our view.
Well, I'm looking to see if it indicates, you're saying at E5 is where the city attorney sits currently.
If that's what I heard the department manager say with respect to that, we're not a department in the truest sense of the word, because department folks can be terminated by their supervisor. Our supervisor is the City Council. and is not overseen by the city manager or like other department heads or sub-department heads. We kind of stand alone and cross all the different functions of the city in order to protect the city. And in most of the work that we've done, we produce value well above our stated positions, as well above our number in with respect to protecting the city and moving out in a lot of different ways that help all the departments. And we advise those departments, make recommendations, and we defend those departments when those departments and their employees are sued. So we kind of cross all those bounds. So to me, to link us, the city attorney, not me, but to link the city attorney position to a department head, which is solely focused on a specific function, I think is a maladjustment.
Well, you pose an interesting challenge for us, I'll say. You know, I've advocated for years that the city attorney should be under city manager for the exact reason that you described, as opposed to work at the pleasure of the mayor, because the mayor gets to select city attorneys, and we've seen them come and go based upon who's sitting in this seat right here. But, you know, you put that position tantamount to the city manager. And I'm not questioning that at all, because your description is quite appropriate, that you touch everybody on an ongoing basis. And I'm not sure we're addressing that at all, because you're clearly not in the director's column, the E5s. I don't know where you sit in, and maybe Ms. Hopkins can tell us.
Well, I would just add, though, that the position that the council has traditionally put the city attorney, if you look through the code, it links to the city manager. That's all. I'm just making the council's already decided where the city attorney goes. And in most of the
Where's
code.
that? That's not in the city code, I don't think, is it?
So in the exempt service bill is where the assignment of grades are to the titles. This is an ordinance, this is a resolution that identifies the pay ranges that goes with the ordinance that identifies which position in the exempt service is tied to which pay scale.
So it says
grade
that the
as well.
city attorney is in,
E5.
is E5.
Currently, if we go back to look at 034 and to see what the existing language is, the existing grade is an N20. Oh, thank you. If we go back to 034 to look at the existing grade assignments.
It's on page 5.
Yeah, it's the current grade is an N20, which is the same grade as the rest of the departments. That logic simply got carried over into the new
Page
scale.
5 in the ordinance.
Yeah, are you on 034?
No, I'm on R53.
Yeah, no, you gotta go back to 034, page 5. And that's where this is showing up also.
Okay. What page did
Page
you?
5.
I'm sorry.
Page 5.
5.
And it carries over to the next page. So the city attorney is there about halfway down.
I see it, E5. And I really hate the idea that we've changed all this around, because it's very confusing, trying to keep up. So that's one question that we have to struggle with, because clearly the city council did not move the city attorney out from under the city, the mayor. So who does evaluation so that the city attorney gets an annual pay raise?
The mayor.
The mayor. And if the mayor doesn't do it, then there is no pay raise.
Well, under current city code, there's absolutely a provision for performance reviews and a one-time per year performance-based increase in pay.
A one-time, what does that mean?
Once per year,
Oh, okay, annual,
yeah,
okay.
tied to an annual performance review.
I think that has to be addressed, and I don't want to, I think there's something that's been missing. Alderman Arnett?
I apologize. I was having iPad problems. I had to run over here this morning, so I have none of my backup materials. But what I wanted to look at is how these E scales sit on top of the now A, P, and N. And also I wanted to finish going through, I see one E3, one E4, 12 E15s, and one E6. Is that the count? Are we talking about a total of 15 executive positions?
Correct.
You mean
Yeah,
E5s, not E15s?
The staff report for that has the equivalent, has the, who ends up being applied to which, just in general
The
bands.
staff report for the ordinance? Okay, so let me go to that.
Yeah, because all
There's a
three of
crosswalk.
those pieces of legislation are sort of tied together. It's a single staff report that brings the three together.
Is that the thing with the X's in it?
Yes.
Yes,
He's an E5
I'll need to send an update.
on this chart. It's Chief of Staff, that's the E3. But
I don't see, my staff report is 3 pages long.
Yeah, it's on the second page, introducing an executive pay scale and adjusting the exempt list. It's the last heading on the second page, and just lists in broad terms, here's who's in each band.
Yeah, but I was trying to get a sense of the distribution. There are in fact 15 people in executive positions. 12 of them are in the E5. One is in E3, one is in E4, and one is in E6.
Two are in
Two.
E4.
2 are in E4, okay, I missed. So I have to go back to another place to find that.
It's the assistant city manager and deputy city manager for resilience and sustainability.
So I'm back in 034. So the city manager, assistant city manager for administration, which we're taking out, is the E4.
And the deputy city manager for resilience and sustainability.
Well, that was the question I was going to ask, but let me see.
This is hard to follow.
Okay, I'm obviously I've misread that.
It's on page, if you're looking at the ordinance itself, it's on page 5.
There it is, okay.
Okay, I'm on page 6, looking at the chart.
Yeah, the table starts on
Right, on page 5.
5, yeah.
Right.
And
Yeah, I started there. City manager for resilience is a 4.
Yep.
Deputy city manager is a 4, which puts her beneath the department heads. As well as the assistant city manager.
Correct.
See, that's the problem, too. How do you supervise people that you, who make more money than you? I'm being very blunt, because it is what it is.
None of those directors report to the assistant city manager or the deputy city manager for resilience and sustainability.
But they could. city manager could say, take over half the departments. What would stop that from happening?
If we made a structural change like that was of that magnitude, then I would think we would have to have a discussion. But that's not where we are.
We didn't have an assistant city manager. So there was no, there's no precedent that has been set. This is all new territory for us. So I hesitate to say what could happen or what might happen or what might not happen. I don't know. But if Alderman Channelmeyer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you don't mind, and I apologize if we covered this while I had to take a phone call real fast, and if we're retreading waters here, I want to go into some of the salary comparisons compared to the county, if that's all right for the top level.
Whatever you want.
Yeah. So we have some pretty substantial top of the pay range increases over what the county departments offer. And this is not me bashing the work of our fantastic directors at the E5 level, but our Department of Transportation, the tops out at $240,000 versus the county tops out at $207,590. So why that massive difference? The county's got a much larger area to cover. I understand their transportation department maybe isn't as intricate or interconnecting as ours, but covering a larger area with a higher population, wouldn't those levels of salary at least be similar? What was the thought process behind that?
So if you look at different jurisdictions, one of the differences you'll see in the directors is to the extent that they're stratified, essentially, in terms of pay. They're at different grades. Prince George's, for example, has all directors at a single director, and they're all grouped together. Anne Arundel does not do that. They have different levels. So for Anne Arundel, for example, emergency management and transit are at that lowest tier of the executives, and then you've got folks like central services, HR, IT, rec, and then you've got another tier that's public works, finance, county attorney, and then you've got police chief, fire chief. So you have this stratification across multiple levels, right? And so that, because we have everyone in one band, which is more like what you see in Prince George's, for example, some of those are below, and some of them the county is higher, right?
So their directors aren't all in the same general category like ours are. So I don't know do they also use like the E1 through 6 standards like we do? Sort of, yeah. Theirs is, it ranges from E6 to the overall manager is E10. Okay. But so they use a vaguely similar thing, but they're all at different levels.
Yeah, they're in different ones.
But even with that said, with similar titles and similar workloads, but with different sizes of departments, would it be more appropriate to put the pay scales, at least the top of the pay scales, on similar levels? Or because we have everything at this E5 level, are we required to keep it at the scale that it is?
I will speak for myself. You may have a different answer to this, but to me, that ends up, you do end up, in some sense, trying to find a happy medium. You try to end up finding, if everything is at if we keep everyone in one band, then you need to have a range that that fits that, that gives you enough room to accommodate those different kinds of jobs. I think this was one of the things that we heard as part of the feedback earlier, was that the having more stratification, different jobs, was one of the feedback points that we heard that was a pain point. And so that's also why we moved toward a more uniform approach, essentially sort of keeping what we had, which is that all the directors are N20s now, fire and police, obviously F20, P20, but all the rest of the directors are N20. And so we chose to simply, in some sense, maintain the status quo in that regard.
Okay, so I'm sorry, City Attorney.
And I would just say the code doesn't reflect even today that the city attorney is a department head or department director. And so I would just say that language is not currently how the code addresses the broad and deep function reporting to the council of the city attorney position. And I would say again that the E6 is more appropriate for the city attorney, on par with the city manager, as opposed to being reflected as a department head, which subsumes that the city attorney reports to someone above that person, currently the city manager, which is not what you want, because in my experience of more than 29 years in this position of advising clients at the government and corporate level, that the sensitivity with which a city attorney must address these issues with the leadership, which actually leads the city, cannot be impugned or impeded, impacted, affected by a decision maker above the city attorney. That's not what you want. You want objective, broad-based opinions and recommendations, not colored or clouded by a supervisory chain that could interfere with you getting all the information you need in order to make the best decisions on behalf of the city and the taxpayer.
Are you asking us to give you a promotion, Mr. Laus?
It's not this proposal is a reduction. It's not a promotion. The E5 is a demotion, in my view. The E6 is the appropriate category that the council's already assigned to the two individuals in the city currently who can only be reviewed by the mayor. And to make the city attorney something different, I think is a change.
I don't think my humor was appreciated. I yield my time, Madam Chair.
Alderman Arnett?
So I'd like to speak to this, and Alderwoman Finlayson is correct. We've gone back and forth over our years together on the council about the right place. I would say that there are only two titles in the city that have city in it: city manager and city attorney.
And city clerk.
And city clerk, I'm sorry. All right, you want an E6 also?
Oh, no, I want an E10. Yeah.
There are three reports to the mayor: the city manager, the city attorney, and the chief of staff. So, but the argument, on the other hand, about cross-cutting, I would argue the finance director cuts across all departments, touches everything, and in fact is handling not only $200 million worth of operating budget, but 400 and some odd million dollars worth of capital funds, and has all kinds of GFOA fiduciary reporting responsibilities, has all the responsibilities of issuing bonds. And so I can make an argument there as well. I can make an argument that the HR director touches all staff, literally. And so I think you kind of run into a dead end there. And I do feel that we're running into this rub where we have so many people classified at the E5 level, And there are very different levels of responsibility and different scope and so forth. The bottom line for me is what I'm hearing from my constituents, and the universal voice is the top ranges are too high. And so I think that's part of what's before this body in terms of recommendations is, I would like to hear more arguments about recruit and retention. Are we having a hard time finding a fire chief? Are we having a hard time finding a city attorney?
Finance director.
A finance director. Those were arguments when we were doing the interest-based bargaining with the unions. Those were arguments that carried great weight. And I can assume that if you offer a lot of money, more than comparable positions at the county level, you might have a good job recruiting and hopefully a good job retaining as well. But that's sort of, I need some justification to go back to my constituents. I'm assuming each of us has that same thing, to say not only are we introducing this executive level, but it is a big jump in salaries. Another question I've received, and I don't know what the case is, I remember there was it's like a 401A or something like that. There was an extra compensation for the chief executives. Is this the only compensation? What other kinds of compensation? Some people get a take-home car and being able to fuel at the gas station. Is this the entirety of the compensation for the executives, or is there more in addition to these potential salary levels? And I don't know the answer to that.
So
Is there a pension plan for the
yeah,
senior executives?
We're expected, under the rules of the Maryland State Retirement Service, to enroll people in the Maryland State Retirement System.
I can't hear you.
The Maryland State Retirement System is requiring us to, other than elected officials, enroll all of our employees in the civil service, non-public safety that have their separate union, in the Maryland State Retirement System. So in addition to the Maryland State Retirement System, there is the 401A for those individuals that are confirmed by the council. And that's largely the department heads and a couple of other positions that come before you, like chief of staff, human resources director, and the deputy city manager. And those are qualifying positions for membership. Elected, it's a personal choice whether you want to join the 401A or not, because that requires an
I thought
employee
we were
contribution as
required.
well as the city contribution.
I was required to join it.
The 401A?
Well, the
Maryland State Retirement System, until they changed the rules.
The pension.
Yeah, they changed the rules around
Again?
allowing people who were elected officials to opt out of membership
Nobody
in the
told
Maryland
me
State
that.
Retirement System.
I wasn't.
You're probably still paying into it, though.
I am paying into it.
It was because of when you joined. It was before that rule was issued by the state.
So all pigs are equal, just some are more equal than others.
Okay.
But let me just see if I heard correctly. This isn't the extent of the compensation. In addition to this, there is a 401A for some, and there is the executives in the state pension system as well?
Yes.
Yeah. So I have no idea what those packages look like, but it does seem that there's more information to be had in terms of the total compensation package.
Again, that isn't something that the scope of this study changed the benefit options for executive leadership. It is really about the pay scale.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Okay.
But it is the question I'm being asked.
Okay.
So, and I don't know whether those are generous plans or not generous plans, but they're in addition to this. I also think lots of senior executive positions tend to run at most 8 years and then are subject to change. So there is that sort of ephemeral nature of the longevity of the position, but that is some additional information I think is necessary.
I'm going to
get that
go
for you.
back to the city attorney, sorry, Mr. Lyles, position. Well, I was going to say to Mr. Lyles, you should get the mayor to sponsor the legislation to put you in the code. Because if you're not a department head by code, and we all know that you are, I mean, you manage, more than half a dozen people, I can't imagine why that's not in the city code. And maybe Ms. Hopkins, you can tell us how that works.
Well, under the code, the city manager and the city attorney are supposed to be paid the same.
I
Their
didn't say
salary.
city manager, I didn't mean city manager, I meant city attorney.
Yeah, I'm just saying that I'm speaking now about the similarities between the two functions. The city attorney is in the code as a position that reports to the council. The mayor is as a day-to-day supervisory authority, but our function reports to the council just like the city manager does. And we are kind of really my position as city managers are super at will, different than every other person because the super at will could change every 8 years or 4 years, right? With a new person coming on and it's not something that necessarily affects department heads. So that's why using the term is probably a little disjointed with the way that we're actually seen and handled as officers of the council.
How are your salaries indicated by code? Or are they?
They're indicated when we're hired by the council.
They're indicated
And
in
we
the
never
exempt
know
service
what
section
that
of the
is.
code.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
They're indicated in the exempt service section of the code that you had in ordinance
Okay,
34.
but we don't ever have that discussion as a council. I mean, we confirm, the position, but we don't have a discussion about
You set the max.
salaries or benefits.
Yeah, you set the max. The code sets the max.
Okay, and that's what we're working on now, getting back to maximum that can be attributable to a position.
Right, but that's my only point is with respect to this position that the max changed because the city manager's max is higher than the city attorney's max in this new configuration that the administration developed.
Okay.
E5 versus E6 is a different max.
Yeah, the city manager is not at an N20 now. So that differentiation actually has not changed. Like that part still is different now. You mean, yeah.
All that belies the fact that the max for both the city manager and the city attorney today is the same. And
It's-
in the new configuration,
I don't think
That's actually not accurate. What's the city manager's pay is designated separately. It's a function of what the Salary Review Commission has recommended. It has a maximum of $180,000 plus cost of living adjustments. It's not a designated range, similar to what we have for the department heads. It is laid out in code in specific verbiage in, I have to pull up the code here.
So which one are you referring to as having the max at 180? Is that the city attorney?
City
or the
manager.
city manager?
And so what we have done for the city manager, because there's language that allows for cost of living adjustments, 180,000 plus cost of living adjustments as provided to department heads. And so we do that each time there's a cost of living increase, apply that to the city manager's pay. That is, even in the work that was done, because I provide staff support to the Salary Review Commission, even in other jurisdictions, when they apply those kinds of cost of living adjustments, they apply them over and above what's listed in their ordinance. Actually, most jurisdictions don't even have their city manager's pay in their law. That is negotiated with council or negotiated with the chief elected officer for the jurisdiction.
So, gentlemen, what is your pleasure?
I will say I'd like to see a sheet like the one that Alderman Schonnemeyer has. I've heard of it from Alderman Savage because he works for the county.
We don't, I mean, we can not take an action, we can postpone action, we can take a position. I mean, if there's more information to be had, then maybe we postpone action.
I have confessed to not having all the materials I had planned to bring. I do want to see how the executive pay scale sits on top of the regular pay scale.
Do that for you.
And one of the things I will be looking at there is the margins from the deputies, which are still A and P and N kinds of positions. I do have a question about why the chief of staff in the mayor's office is an executive position. I don't recall the details of the justification in the class and comp study, but I don't have that with me. And I'm going to have a hard time answering to constituents. Now, I know constituents don't want to give us a pay raise either. So, constituents aren't always the best guide, and I do think we need to rely on our staff experts, particularly an HR director who has gazillions of years of experience doing this, both for us and before that for the county. One of the comparators that we're looking at is the county, but I think that I would prefer to have a little more time to think about this myself.
Same.
So, is that a motion to postpone action until the next meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
But I do think it's incumbent on us to have some real things in the interim to put to the HR director and the assistant. I mean, not just come back again and start the same conversation. I do think the questions about the city attorney has always been intriguing. And as I noted, city attorney, city manager, are those comparables or not? And right now, I think they are comparable. If the city attorney were to report to the city manager, then the alignment makes sense. But that's a whole nother argument and a whole nother discussion. I do want to hear more about recruitment and retention. I think that's a huge, that should be probably, for me, our number one concern is, can we get good people here and can we keep them because of the rewards that we give them for working for us? And so I would certainly welcome a few statements, paragraphs or whatever that would elaborate on that.
Sure, absolutely.
So, for the next meeting, you would like to have, as you just said, the HR director to provide information on recruitment and retention. And you would like to have, tell me what additional information on the city manager and city attorney.
The other parts of the compensation package.
Total comp, basically.
Pardon me?
Total compensation, which
Yeah,
includes
right.
the benefit
Exactly.
package,
Right.
the elements of that.
Okay, so that's not initial compensation, because I think that's
No.
what you started with a while back.
I'm talking about the
because-
401A.
Right.
Who gets it, who doesn't, and also
That
the
sounds
retirement.
like you're asking more for information about what we currently have. Is that correct?
Please.
Okay.
Well, didn't we offer the 401K as a benefit when we were hiring?
That was added 2000, probably when city manager Melanoff was here before. And it's been in place, I want to say since 2007, if I'm correct about that. And
I
then we
don't think it was quite
clarified.
that far back.
Don't
I
think
said, I
so?
don't think it was that far back.
I know
2007.
Finance Director Miller got it.
Oh, well, maybe it was. We came on 2007.
Yeah, well, Miller came on later. It was Tim Elliott when we came on.
But I know that it was,
I can get that for you. I mean, we don't have to sit here and
Yeah.
wonder. I can get you the actual date on that.
okay, we learned about it under Director Carroll, though, if you
Right,
recall.
yes, because he wanted it.
He got it when he came, but we learned about it after the fact. So anything else that you want to know? Okay, thank you, Ms. Hopkins. So we take a vote on postponing, we didn't vote on it. All in favor of postponing action on R53 until the next meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
May I ask a point of
R54
clarification?
Yes.
Does that mean your next Rules Committee meeting? And do you know when that is?
First Friday in January,
January 3rd.
January 3rd.
3rd. Okay, going on to R54. And there is an amendment, the Savage Amendment, R54.
And where was your change? Didn't you want to change?
This one is the administrative assistant to the council.
Right. Is that in here?
That's not in there. I would like that to be an amendment from this body.
Okay.
But let's take up the Savage Amendment, and it would strike environmental program coordinator and create environmental program manager. Includes 3 potential grade levels instead of just 1. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, so in 12, 13, and 14.
Ms. Hopkins, can you help us out with that?
I think the intention there was, the vision was to create a career ladder with those 3 levels, similar to the career ladders you see in other kinds of jobs. I think that was where they were going.
Okay, so we're changing the title for all of them. And then the career ladder is, they go from N12 as high as N14?
Yeah.
That's what's in the
Yeah,
amendment.
this hasn't been evaluated by our consultant at all, and, you know, in terms of the appropriate,
Hasn't been evaluated by the consultant, you said?
right, you know, to see if it fits in with the manner in which the career ladders have been built. A lot of what we found with our career ladder build is that the city's position tend to be at the journey level, at the mid-level, and that the build of the career ladder tended to be a creation of an entry level and then one level above that. This looks like they're starting with the position that's there now and then building above it 2 more levels. And I just don't simply know enough about it to know if that's would be a reasonable way to build that out. I see it as amendment, but I don't know if that's really the direction to go and whether that has career ladder potential.
So based on what you said, this sounds like a retention issue.
They just hired an individual recently. It's not a,
So are we still under contract with the consultants to advise us? Mm-hmm. And how long does that last?
until we're done.
Will we ever be done? I
But
mean,
we're very close. We're finalizing job descriptions, and that's very soon, and we've put before you the recommendations. This is new.
okay.
What would the numerical, I'm trying to find, I think it was a change in title, but I don't know what the current title is.
For the position? It's
Right.
Environmental Program Coordinator.
I can't know in this long list of jobs where that shows up.
So if I may, if you look at the staff report, it's within the city manager section, and I tried to organize it by department because I had exactly the same problem when I was looking at the original legislation of where is this thing?
So
Because
is
it
this
was in,
called currently environmental compliance inspector?
no, it's on page 3 of the staff report of the table, of the staff report. The department is CM for city manager, and it's environmental programs coordinator.
I don't find that on page 3.
It's
In the staff report?
of the staff report.
Okay, so what are we looking at?
Yeah, I guess we're looking at the
This is
resolution
the-
itself.
yeah, this
Where
is
is it
the
in the
I think you're
resolution?
looking at the resolution itself, so that,
And then I do have a different question.
so if you, I think the resolution is organized in class code order.
Which page is it? Okay,
Okay, so that is
so which one is
page-
it?
No, I don't know what page. It says page 3.
Okay, so he's asking for, what name change? He wants him to be environmental program manager, and then he wants a career ladder, so right now it's coordinator at an N12. And, I see something else on this list that I want to talk about.
So according to this, it ends at N12. There is no
13 or 14.
13 or 14,
And
so
so-
no career ladder here.
Am I correct in what I heard from HR director that this needs more study?
It hasn't been, I'm just offering that it has not
Right.
been studied
All right.
to go along with the amendment.
Then I would, after we raise our concerns to take back, I would recommend that we postpone it.
I'm certainly going to second that. I also have questions. I see strikeouts here on the harbor master's office. I'm not sure, I know
May
we
I
still.
provide you some background on that?
Pardon me?
May I provide you some background on that?
The harbor master? Yes, please.
So two things under Harbor Master. We are trying to get some appropriate naming for titles. You know, we had the whole discussion about the deputy level positions. We
Right.
have positions in this city that are called deputy that are not the second level to a department director. So we made a concerted effort to make changes to that. So that's why the deputy harbor master is referred to as assistant harbor master. And you'll notice some positions that were assistant finance director, assistant public works director, they're now deputy, as a way to clean that up. Then the positions of, in this case.
May I ask a question before you go on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our interest as a council years ago had been to not have any deputies.
Well,
To
there's,
not have any
And then
deputies.
slowly, deputies came into existence. And now I'm hearing we have deputies and
And
we have
assist-
assistants.
right.
So why do we need both if they're comparable? And if they aren't comparable, how do we distinguish between them?
Which is exactly what we're trying to do. So the distinguishing naming of them is if it's a director of a department, not a division leader, but a director of a department, that the second level position is a deputy. If it's not serving a director, that position then becomes an assistant level to a division chief. A lot of times it's a division chief that person is an assistant to. In the case of the harbor master is a division of the city manager's office. When it was under Recreation and Parks, it was a division of Recreation and Parks. And so we're just trying to make sure that the naming of positions is consistent across. So if you saw a deputy title, you knew what that meant. If you saw an assistant title, you knew where that position was ranked within the organization.
But my question supersedes this. These are still people that are not in the civil service. They're still contract employees.
No, you're speaking of a whole nother position, honestly. That is when we do the conversions, and it's a Harbor Master Operations Supervisor. So the Harbor Master Operations Supervisor, you'll see it is an entirely new title. All of it is highlighted and underlined, so it's new. It's a new title. That is for conversions of 2 positions in the Harbor Master's division.
And is one of them the current deputy?
No, neither. The current deputy has been a civil service employee for, I don't know, maybe
So where do we find
5
that
years or
person? Because
so.
I see the deputy has changed to an assistant.
it's a title change only. And, well, actually, there's a grade change as well. But it's a title change to move away from using deputy at a level other than the second level to a department head.
And then there's a new job, Harbor Master Operations Supervisor?
Correct, and that will take care of the conversion to civil service for 2 employment agreement positions. That has been in the budget, and this is the accompanying title to go with that.
Okay, I'm not sure how much we should get into specific positions, but those harbor masters positions are of concern to me because of my involvement with maritime and how important I think the harbor master is to safety in the harbor and so forth. But maybe that's something we should schedule for offline. So there's 2 things working here. One is the harbor master. The other is what we do about the environmental program manager. And I'm sensing, Madam Chair, that we're not ready for prime time on either one of those at this point. This is the resolution to make the changes in classifications. Can I ask, what is the time sensitivity of this?
That we've been waiting to implement the elements of this study for some time now. It includes, as we just mentioned, conversions of some positions to civil service or exempt service in some cases. It's some new positions that got approved in the budget that can't go forward until they have an appropriate title and a grade assignment in the position summary. Those are 2 major elements of that.
I can't resist but objecting once again to the class and compensation being used to form the budget. And we don't get to see it till now, and now we hear we've made budget decisions that already assume these are passed, and I find that very frustrating. But we'll move on. That's my personal issue, I guess. But I don't know how we resolve dealing with this resolution at this point. It seems like there's open questions, but do we allow that to hold up the whole resolution?
Well, and that's not the only question we have. I have a serious concern about the change of the council associate to legislative administrative assistant. We were very specific when we created that position, that person is to answer to the 8 members of the city council and to be an assistant to the 8 members of the city council. Not as a legislative, while he or she would do legislative work, that person is a council assistant, and that title needs to go back to the original. Here it's legislative administrative assistant. And I think I get concurrence with my colleagues on that interest.
Yes.
And the consulting firm needs to know the history behind that. And maybe they don't, and that's why they came up with this title, but that's not what it's for. So, are there other issues that we'd like for them to investigate to bring back? I have a question about OEM staff,
Yeah.
because we're greatly inadequate in maintaining staff. We've become the training ground for OEM staff. They come in, they get trained extremely well, and then they're hired away. And they're down to, I think, 3 staff people as we speak. So where are they, and what are the consultants saying about how to maintain our staff in that office? I don't know where they are
I
in
can't
this
find them
document.
either. This is hard to.
Emergency management planner, I see 1 and 2.
Is that on
And the
page
title
12?
is changed from senior manager. I'm on page 9.
So that is consistent with the way the career ladders have been created across the city. So you'll see even like senior planner and senior accountant, that they are now part of the career ladder series. And so you'll see, instead of a senior planner being,
It's the terminal end of that series.
yeah, it's, I don't know if it's a 3 or if it's
a
a 4 off
four.
the top. It's a 4. So it's now a planner 4. And in the staff report, Vicky's put the crosswalk in so you can see that. It was also in the consultant's report, but you'll be able to tell what the equivalents were. That's also our crosswalk when we implement it, so that we know which employees get retitled and what their new title would be.
I'm confused. Planner, I'm looking at page 9, emergency management planner 1. The word senior is taken out and it's planner 2. They're N12 and N13.
Right, so
And
if
then
you
on the
look
next
at-
page, there's a series of planners that go to 4.
And you'll see the 4 is a cross out of senior planner.
Yeah, but is that OEM? I don't think that's OEM.
No, I'm sorry, it's planning and zoning.
That's not what I'm
on the-
talking about. I'm talking about the
Yeah,
Office of Emergency
What
Preparedness.
she's talking about, though, is the logic of that you see sort of throughout this. There are a number of places where there was a senior position, senior emergency management, senior planner, and in those cases, the logic that the consultants had recommended was to take those and make those the terminal end of the career ladder. So you see that throughout, including in OEM.
Okay, and I understand that. I guess my concern is that they didn't see fit to change the grade
Okay,
on both of those, emergency management planner 1, emergency planner 2. And speaking of departments that work with every department in this city,
And the city writ large.
and the city at large, absolutely.
okay, I've noted that. I will make sure that I've got more information.
And likewise, I'm seeing the Deputy Director of Emergency Management is a 17, which should be an 18. We had that discussion ad nauseum last year, and we still can't get it to where we need it to be.
Yeah, it would be helpful if we could get a list that lines up all the deputy positions and their pay and all the assistant positions and their pay, just to look at comparability across departments.
That would be helpful,
Yeah.
because we're looking at the director's positions, but the deputies are equally as important. Okay, Anything else?
No, I just want to reemphasize, if recruitment and retention is one of the council's primary concerns, and I think it should be, it is one of mine, then when we see an operation that continually is losing people, revolving door, and it's almost like the situation for teachers in the county where Anne Arundel County underpays the teachers, so we get them up to certification and they go to teach in Howard County. I would like to.
With a $15,000 or $20,000
Right.
pay raise.
So I would like to give serious evaluation. I mean, maybe this is an area where, churning is something that naturally occurs and there's not much we can do about it. But I think it does handicap a director who is called upon in emergency situations, which means they really need to be up to speed and ready to go, to have half of their staff gone. That, either we didn't need that number of staff or we need to get them and keep them, kind of thing. So that's what I'd like to understand better.
Okay. Thank you. Did we vote on the motion to postpone? Ms. Eldridge?
No,
Right.
Okay, is there a motion on the floor?
you made it, but you didn't.
Okay.
I'll
So
second
the
it.
motion is that we postpone action on R54. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Hopkins.
You're welcome.
See you next month. Okay, moving on to general discussion, Office of Community Service update. Ms. Young.
When are we gonna?
I'm sorry, I really wanted to switch it too, but I couldn't.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Nope. Oh, maybe you did.
I have one.
Okay. One for,
These are for you.
I put it, I gave it to you earlier.
I know. These poor,
you want?
This one has a date on it, so it must have come in after the one.
all right, uh-oh,
Oh,
There's no
yeah.
number on the top.
You and me
oh,
both.
yeah, all right. This is in
I
your
can't
version.
hear. I can't hear, as you can tell. And I have my hearing aids in. Okay, the Office of Community Services. Ms. Young, it's been 3 months. We've been waiting for you.
Well, thank you for waiting patiently.
I'm not sure we were patient, but
Well, thank you for waiting. I can just go over the update that I sent. Excuse me for reading it right verbatim, but just keeps my thoughts together. So November was a month of continued community engagement, strategic planning, and collaboration across multiple initiatives. OCS has made substantial progress in providing support to families and residents while expanding partnerships and programs aimed at improving mental health, housing, and community services. And then below is an overview of the key and activities and developments that we have been working on. So, you want me to just go through each one?
well, I'm looking, you can kind of give us a very quick overview of each of the departments.
Okay.
Yeah, we can read the bullet
I was
points.
going to say, we can read it for ourselves, but
Yeah.
give us an overview of each of
I'm particularly excited to hear about this mental health intervention that I heard briefly from the assistant city manager today, which sounds
Oh, yeah.
very exciting to me.
Yeah, I would love to talk more about that. So, as I'm learning my role with the rental assistance program, I noticed a pattern of lack of support among the community members here in Annapolis, and I thought about a mental health initiative in addition to a social initiative to kind of bring people together to collaborate and to build community, because what I've noticed, again, with some of the rental and housing issues is that people will go through an emergency, but they don't even have anyone to call to just maybe stay a night or two. So I was looking to create something that will help them, build a community, go out, and in order to do that, they will need to go out and socialize pretty much. We all been isolated, as COVID has been around, we all been home, and we've been on social media, but that kind of creates a false sense of community and connection. So I really want people to actually go out and socialize and kind of make it more of a habit, and that's how the name came about, which is Social Habit. And in addition to socializing, provide the information on how important connections help with mental health. So tie that piece into the socializing piece, and again, building that connection in that community. I really want people to know how important it is to have that support system. Especially if you can't find professional help, just realize how, calling on a friend or having a shoulder to lean on can really help with, one, providing that support if you do need to stay with someone, if for some reason you are unhoused, or if you just need a favor, and two, just having that shoulder to cry on and express, what's going on in your life. It's really important to have that support. And again, it builds community, which kind of ties into our strategic plan and our values of caring. Our acronym is CARE, and it just goes for care because you live here, and caring, and the acronym stands for 1, community collaboration, A, advocacy, R, resources, and E, education. So I just wanted to tie that into our strategic plan and just have an initiative that helps to build that community and collaboration. So I am excited about that, and we are working with Takia and Mitchell to try to get a communications plan online started possibly January or February of next year.
I did mention it to Alderman Arnett, and we were talking about something else. But, in one of the things that ends up often being part of someone's story who has ended up with deeper needs in the social services realm is that network of support around them was not sufficient to help them weather some of the blows of life. And, I know that the city and the council have, done visits abroad and stuff. When you look at those happiness indexes and stuff like that, one of the questions they ask is, do you have a friend that you can call if you need something? And, Alderwoman Finlayson, I remember on one of our first meeting when you were showing me around your ward, one of the things that struck me and has continued to strike me is your interest in what is the experience of being a resident of the city. And part of that is knowing the people around you. And so that element of socialization, I think, really speaks to a lot of those different elements of mutual support. What does the experience of being a resident feel like? And sometimes even just awareness of what resources are available, having a network that can help guide you where you need to go. So anyway, I find all of this just such a beautiful way to tie some of that stuff together. Anyway, so I think it's really cool.
Yeah, thank you. In addition to, I would like to add, in my own experience with my own mental health, one thing my therapist pointed out is that I didn't have enough support. And because I didn't have enough support, I wasn't able to, achieve or feel like important, or that I had a sense of community. So that was something I had to actually go out and do on my own and find more people to interact with, get out more and socialize. So that's something that is important to me, and I know how it is important. I mean, it can be important to others. So I'm excited about this initiative, and I hope that it's successful. So.
Sweet.
Alderman Arnett.
So my first choice for the name of your office was Office of Community Caring.
Yes.
And I think
And we still call it that.
Yes,
Okay.
we do. And I mean, obviously, the first order of business for you is connecting the community to services, many of which we can't provide.
Okay.
But the caring, and I think just the knowledge that the community knows that we do care. We might not always be able to get it there when they need it, but that caring is the critical thing, and this feels very much in sympathy with that kind of activity.
Yeah, I totally agree. One thing, I don't want to bring my age in, but as I get older, more things become apparent and important to me. And community is one, and caring where I live is another thing. And I think that needs to be instilled in people's mind, that you have to care because you live here. And I've heard a lot of people say, well, I just want to move. And it's like, well, wherever you move to, you still live there. So you have to care. So you have to kind of build that community and that connection of where you live in order to make that change that you want to see. So I really wanted that to be the forefront of the strategic plan that I created, because I just hear a lot of people say, I don't care, and so I really want that to be instilled in people as I move forward and create the programs that, I have in mind.
I also do have questions about your staffing level. I think we always envision more an office of 6 or more
Social workers.
Social workers. So when we get into your report, if you can report to us on that, that would be helpful for me.
Okay. So I'll just give a quick overview. We've had some great community outreach events that we participated in, none on our own, but just, partnering with other organizations and going there to distribute our resource books and talk about any additional resources. We have coordinated with Food Fridays, in addition to schedule our wellness van, because I know we kind of have a lack of visibility with the wellness van. It kind of just sits. So I want to increase our visibility with the van. So I told Dante, unfortunately he had to leave, but our new community coordinator, Dante, to reach out to Karma and OEM to see if it's possible if we can take the wellness van to do Food Friday deliveries in a specific neighborhood, mainly Robinwood, especially where Aaron sits. In addition to that, again, as you can see, we partner with Joel Ozabar. He's of Fragrance Grace Church, and so he's also looking to do health screenings and mental health screenings with the van. Again, I was looking for ways that we can increase our visibility with the wellness van as opposed to having it sit, and then in addition to those services, pass out any type of resources such as hygiene kits that families or individuals may need. We also partnered with We Care and Friends to help with their Thanksgiving event, providing food and doing their raffle. And we also were able to partner with Yoga Factory to do a Christmas giveaway, which I'm excited about. We have 124 kids signed up, and then Christmas gifts will be distributed on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. And that also came through Food Friday, where we used the names of everyone who signed up with Food Friday to distribute the sign-up forms and to contact us to receive gifts for the kids. And then with our Spanish or Hispanic liaison projects, Evie Sinismenia, they're working diligently on the Mexican consulate and then planning for consulate visits of next year in addition to Day of the Dead. Just restructuring that whole format. I do know that the Hispanic liaison role will probably go back to the mayor's office, so still just trying to figure out what that will look like for Day of the Dead and additional activities. And they also have successfully translated the OCS resource book into Spanish. So right now we're just trying to get that over into a new platform and then also add additional resources that we feel should be in the book for next year. As mentioned before, they're working on Day of the Dead. And the youth poetry contest was actually pushed back until April of 2025, just to get more people involved in that contest. For some reason, it was a little low this year, so we decided to go ahead and extend it until April, which is Poetry Month, to see if we can get more youth engaged and signed up for the poetry book. And then as far as case management or social services, Aaron has been seeing a lot of housing and utility assistance, and unfortunately due to depleted funds, we have just been referring clients to additional resources for housing and utility needs. And Aaron has been staying on top of, partnership meetings, especially with the Benevolence Group and the homeless coalitions, just to, gain more data and information of like what's going on out there and how we can support anyone in need. I mentioned the social habit or mental health program, so I'll go down to the rental assistance.
Excuse me.
Yes, sorry.
Could we go back to housing?
Yes.
Because I think that is one of the important connections that we have in mind, the city can't provide, but are you finding a lot of people that either don't have housing or need? I know we have something that Alderman Gay is working on rental assistance and things like that. What kind of a job do you think we're doing in getting people connected to their housing needs?
From
Understand you, I mean, this.
I was gonna say
we
from so
understand
far
your
from my
resource.
experience, yes, we lack a lot of resources for housing, and from what I'm learning, and just from Aaron, it's just we don't have enough funding, and the housing is just not affordable. So a lot of people don't have housing, or they are being, I guess I don't want to say evicted, but kind of moved out of their housing. You know, they can no longer afford it. And the rental assistance program is great, and it does help in some of that aspect, but it's only kind of like a Band-Aid, because what I'm noticing is that people are way behind, and we only allow or accept up to $3,000 or pay up to $3,000. So it only kind of puts like that Band-Aid on there, and they're having trouble catching up. So,
although,
I
I just say, although at the same time, the other observation in rental assistance is that we certainly have seen some cases where someone's behind not because they didn't have the means, was because they chose not to pay rent and instead come to the city. And there is, I think, a future discussion. It's not today's discussion, but I think there is a future discussion about
the vetting process.
Yeah, the process and the eligibility rules. Because as you know, you really want to take the dollars that we have available and make them go as far as possible. And you really want that to go to someone who
really needs it.
Who really needs it, right? They're behind because they really, didn't have other options. So
I'm going to try to ask Alderman Schneidermeyer for some help here, but isn't there, the tenant displacement fund. Long postponed, I guess we're talking about postponing it again, but in cold months, it seems like that's the last time we'd want to be postponing things like tenant displacement.
I have no idea what's going to go on with that one. That's Alderman Gay's initiative. It's been postponed several times. I've pitched a couple potential ideas with them, but
how are we getting dollars to our Office of Community Services? We have a tap on the entertainment fund, 3% tap, big chunk of money. Think there's lots of money in there, but I don't have the sense that the money's flowing out to the people who need the help, or even that we have the mechanisms for that to occur to formalize. So it could be our own bureaucracy is getting in our way. There might be significant dollars there.
there's about $150,000. That is what, obviously at the end of the year, there's always a bit of a true up because you're estimating how much you get. But it's around $150,000. And that has been used. We included a few stats in here under the rental application recap. So,
okay, I guess I'm not on the committee, but I share the desire when we have dollars, just like when we have community grant dollars that aren't getting out, which I think we're going to be talking about in a minute. If we have the dollars, let's get it in the hands of the people who need it. And if there's something we can do as a committee or as a council, let us know, because that's why we set you up. It's not to feel good, it's to actually do good. Right. And we need to get clicking on that, I think.
Alderman, you're absolutely right. What I need are numbers. How many housing assistance opportunities have we done? How many people have we actually helped?
So we had a total of
How many utility bills have we assisted with? You know,
20. That's actually in what's in front of you.
it's not in front of, I'm on page 2, so maybe it's further in the report.
It's the next
that we
page,
just
the top of page 3.
Rental application
Well, as long
recap.
as it's here, I'm just
Yeah.
saying, this is the kind of information, if you're going to talk about housing, we should see the numbers with housing. But if there is a process, we would like to know what it is. Because we just got a memo about an increase in, I guess, unexpected monies, and it's up to 158,000, I think, if my memory serves me correctly. It just came to us within the last day or so. So the money is coming in. How are we expending it, and what is the process? You know, processes are supposed to come through the appropriate councils. So if there's a change in the process, we should know what it is.
There hasn't,
I was gonna say, there hasn't been a change from what I know.
This is very new, so what is the process, I guess, is more the question, because we didn't always have this opportunity.
so when those funds were first identified, Teresa Wellman had put together some guidelines for
remember
for
that.
eligibility.
Me too.
Those are still the ones that are in place.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's still, like, that none of that has changed. So we're still following those same guidelines. The issue that we're seeing is that I think there are some, we may be in a position where we need to talk about those. We may need to revisit some of that to make sure those dollars are really going as far as they can.
Yeah, because we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I'm not complaining. Getting out $2,100 is better than not getting out anything.
Right.
But I want to see a number that has more zeros after it than we're seeing here. And that could again be because you don't have the resources, the staff that you need to do that. But we set this up to help people who are most in need of help.
Yeah, so there's about that, those funds have been expended, right? That 150,000 has
Okay.
walked out the door.
Right.
That has gone to residents. That $2,100 that you're
Didn't we
seeing
get something very recently?
is the average. I'm sorry?
I said, didn't we receive something very recently, and I mean within the last couple of days, that spoke to this funding? And that's why I remember 158,000.
I'm not remembering seeing something like that come by. I will follow up on that.
I guess I'm going to be a much happier camper when I see a lot of big dollops of money here. And just seeing $2,100, as I said, is,
No, $2,100 is the average rent assistance per person.
okay, I did not understand that.
Yeah, with the average rent support being $2,082.
So should it be 20 times $2,100?
No, so it should be 65 times that. number.
2,100, okay. Give us old Dodgers' big splashy numbers. That's what we want to sink our teeth into. So, yeah, don't do it by per, give me a big number.
Okay,
Okay.
Makes me feel happier.
all right. Yeah, so as Vicki said, of the 85 payments, as Alderwoman mentioned, 20 were for utilities, and then 65 were for the rent, with the average being the 2,082. And we had a total of 151 applications, with 84 of those being approvals.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm not interested in where they live as much
No.
as,
Yeah. Just getting it to,
right.
that's $3,500. That's a good number. I'm beginning to think we need to have rules twice a month. We've got a lot of people who've been very patient. Yeah.
Are we jumping ahead?
Are we going to community grants now? Because I understand there's a problem getting the money out to the grantees, is that?
We can jump ahead. I did want to mention one thing about the rental, if I can go back there. There's a program that we are initiating, which is the Tenant Literacy Initiative, that I think will also help with when it comes to the rental assistance program. This will allow us to help with promoting financial literacy and budgeting and saving workshops, in addition to just trying to educate everyone on the prioritization of how important it is to pay your bills and pay your utility bills. And I think that's something that Jada had interest in when she was here prior. She left, but she came back. But she talked a lot about being able to educate, those who reach out to us for rental assistance. So we are trying to start that initiative. Jada and Dante are working on that, so that moving forward, when we start next year, we'll have some sort of program in place for after the funds run out, we can continue to help those in need with the education piece.
Are you talking about rental applications still?
Sorry, yes. Under the rental assistance program updates, there was the tenant literacy initiative that we're working on. Mm-hmm. I apologize. Yes. It was right before the rental application recap. Okay. And I'm happy to move on to grants. So all funding with grants have been sent out. So far with the community grants, 12 organizations have received their full grant amounts, with one more check still in process of being issued. 18 organizations have received part of their grants in line with their quarter one reports. 7 organizations submitted their Q1 reports, but they did not request any funds for reimbursement. 11 of the organizations did not submit Q1 reports or submitted incomplete ones, and 1 organization does not yet have a fully executed contract. We've had issues reaching out to that one organization. That was GBO, right? Yeah, Good Vibes Only.
Does this total add up to the 51 grants that we awarded this year, or 52, or whatever the?
I believe it's 52.
52.
Yes.
I don't recall over the years us having this difficulty giving away the money that people have asked for. The nonprofits who are doing work for the city that we can't afford to do. So this is a very big concern for me. It is December. We are halfway through the year, and there are some groups that have not gotten all of their funding. All of it should be dispensed by now. So I need to know what we need to do differently to make sure the nonprofits get their money in July, right after we approve the budget in June. Because I think it is totally unacceptable for us to give grants to anyone for any reason, and halfway through the year, they don't have their money. And we're not talking big bucks. I mean, we're talking $5,000. The largest is what, 27,000, I think. I'm feeling total, and I'll be honest, and I know this is a hot button for me. I'm feeling totally offended that our nonprofits are not treated better. And I'm getting calls at night from CEOs who are saying, we thought we were going to get $20,000 from the city. Haven't gotten it yet. And my question is, have you submitted all of the paperwork? Have you done all the quarterly reports? Have you jumped through all the hoops? I don't say that to them, but that's what I think, that we have put you through to get this money. And it's like, absolutely we have. We followed the rules. We can't get anybody when we call in to find out, to ask the question, or we hear it's in finance. So I need to know what we need to be doing differently to make sure this process works, and that our nonprofits, this year, we really approved the nonprofit grants in May when we had our meeting where we had to make decisions about amendments. So we knew what we were going to fund. So when we passed the budget in June, it was a cursory action. We already knew who that money was going out to. And so my expectation, our expectation is in July 1, when the budget struck, we should have been getting that money out the door. And we haven't done it 6 months later. We've done some of it, but we should have done most of it by now. And the people who do the work in our community do a lot of it at this time of year. You know, it's getting cold, it's the holiday. And so they're trying to support our community, and they've asked us for funding, and we can't seem to get it in their hands. Help me to understand.
So the community grant contracts have been essentially the same for a number of years. When the Adopt a Community Grant and the Child and Family Success Grants came along, we chose to structure those contracts slightly differently. And so
How so?
those contracts specifically talk about a disbursement upon contract execution. And so that is how those get paid within a separate disbursement later in the year. The community grant contracts have never been written that way, and are still not. I mean, it's still the same contract, basically. But I think what I'm hearing from you is that is a desire for us to look at restructuring those contracts more in line with what we did when we did the Adopt a Community Grant contracts and Child and Family Success contracts, where there's a payout upon execution.
I don't know what that means, pay out upon execution. Do they have to do the work first and then we pay out?
No, so at the end, you still sort of have to say, here's what I did. But once the contract is signed and the PO, the purchase order has been created, the very next step is to then send out a payment. And essentially the contract itself is the documentation of here's the money, here's that first tranche of funding. So that money is dispersed ahead of the work being done. The community grant contracts are not, in the end, are not really written that way. There's a reference in those contracts to a schedule, but there's no actual schedule in the grant application. So then the only other language you have is that you're paying based on actuals, which means a cost reimbursement style. And so I think what I hear from you is a desire to change how those are written.
Well, you know, in actuality, we're paying them after the fact.
That is correct now, right? Cost reimbursement.
No, you're misunderstanding. We're paying them after the fact because they've been doing this work for a long time. Not just this quarter, not just for the last 2 quarters, but when they came in to ask us, and with the Adopt a Community grants, those organizations have already been working in the community. So they very well could say, you know, for the last 6 months, we've done X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, on and on and on. Okay? So I'm just not clear on why we want them to demonstrate. First of all, they applied with an application that showed what they did and demonstrated what they did to the point where they were eligible for the money. If they didn't do it, if they didn't have documentation that they were doing it, they weren't eligible for the money, at least with the Adopt a Community. Now, the regular community grants, I'm not on that committee, I'm not sure how you decided, but I can tell you for a fact that the Adopt a Community grant recipients completed their applications with their 501c3 and their budgets and everything else to demonstrate they're doing the work and can continue to do the work. So for us to ask them to demonstrate what they've already told us, I'm confused why that's needed. And I'm even more confused on why we are allowed to delay the funding. These are our nonprofits. You know, they're working for us. So we need to come up with a process that's expeditious. When we approve the money needs to go out the door. And when we ask them for information and they send it to us, we should acknowledge it and move on.
Well, if I may, from what I was told and when I started, the adopted community grant, 75% is giving upfront. We give that to them upfront. Once the contracts are signed and everything is executed, that still has to go through law. So once I was waiting for all that to be signed and everyone to put their signatures, the money went out. And then the remaining 25% is executed in April, which will be April of next year, I believe. Yeah. Yes. So that's my understanding of how it works.
So you're saying that you're still, because I had requested that 75% of the money went out. Is that what's happening with these community grants?
Not with the community grants, with the adopted community grants. Yeah, we already given out the 75%. Everyone should have it except for John Wesley. We've been trying to reach him, but everyone has their 75%.
Okay, and I'm well aware of that because I raised hell in September.
Okay.
3 months late.
Okay.
3 months late. So I'm good with that. I understand that. But it is the other 50 grantees.
And from my understanding, as Ricky mentioned, it's a reimbursement schedule. From when I started, this is what I was told once.
No, for the adopted community grants, other than John Wesley, all
Everybody's
of them
going
have
up.
their 75%.
And I understand. I'm not concerned about the adopted community.
She's talking about the community.
Okay,
right.
and I've spoken to the pastor, which was 2 months ago, so I'm not sure why that's still in your report. But
Because we
it's the
still
other
don't have
grantees
it.
that I'm hearing from, not the adopted community.
Okay, yeah, the community grantees, yeah.
But the other community grants, the other 50 or so community grants, where are we? And is this the number? I'm just amazed that there's a problem.
Yeah.
We've got 11 community grants who have not made any effort to get their money. Why? We should be asking ourselves. They came to us and asked for the money. We allocated the money, and then they don't come to get it?
Well, a reminder was sent out to them, and honestly, I think I mentioned to you before, it's a capacity issue. If I'm focusing solely on the grants, then it kind of takes away from me doing what I was hired for the Office of Community Services. Now, I think I also mentioned it will be vital to have a grant person so that they can stay on top of, being able to respond to emails, being able to reach out to the organizations who have not submitted their reports or have submitted incomplete ones. But it really is a capacity issue. And if I do just focus mainly on this, it takes away from the rest of the things that I do have to do.
If I remember correctly, we allocated 2 positions who had been interns, and we funded their ongoing work for this purpose. So have they been reallocated to something else?
No, one of them has always worked on rental assistance. The other has always worked with the Hispanic case
liaison.
management, and that remains their job. That has not changed.
Well, that wasn't the understanding when I recommended we make those positions permanent.
Not saying that tasks don't get delegated to them, it does. But again, if we go to like the Hispanic liaison, Evie's, her strength is really within that case management, and it's vital because she is bilingual. So, when we do have those cases that come to us, she is essential, to supporting and helping with that. I'm not saying that I don't, rely on her and Jada to do some of the grant stuff, but they also have, their strengths and what they're working on as well. But the tasks are delegated, and I wish they were here to speak on it, but it is a capacity issue. And we also utilize Aaron too when we need more assistance as well. But the grants do take a lot of our time.
Do we not have a Hispanic liaison, or is that who you're talking about?
The Hispanic liaison position itself is not there. That remains with OCS.
Well, we did fund the Hispanic liaison position, so we have not filled it, is what I'm hearing?
It is not filled at this time.
No.
So that may solve part of the problem. I'm just bewildered. We created this department as a Department of Social Services. You do a lot of activities, and not that those activities won't have an impact, mostly long-term. But right now, we are not meeting the needs of our community. We have one social worker, and it's shame on us Because as the alderman said, we had hoped we'd have 5 or 6 social workers who could really get to the root of the issues that are needed. And we're lacking. We're hiring all these other people, but we don't have another social worker in the department. We don't have a Hispanic liaison who's dedicated to the Hispanic community, which is how Laura left it to us. So we need to either retool or decide how we can best meet the concerns that I'm raising and will continue to raise. Something's got to give.
And where can it be? Should it be in the finance department? Is that where we could expedite this more quickly? Or is it just we have to get more staff for the Office of Community Services?
When you say the finance department, what do you mean? As far as
My personal preference in that is actually that the grants remain with OCS, because it's not just about the funding. The other thing that they do and have done, you see some references in here, and there were references last month as well about ways in which they help to connect different organizations, or, we had some instances where an organization needed help, and helping them to create partnerships for mutual support and benefit. And so there's an element of kind of network building, capacity building, that I think is an appropriate connection with OCS.
No, that's great. I guess I don't think we can do anything more here, but I share Alderwoman Finlayson's concern. Can we, I don't know when you're going to be, I'd like to set up a meeting to meet with both of you in your office. We don't need to belabor it, especially since we have some very, very patient, or maybe by now impatient people in the back of the room. But this is really important. I mean, this is something that we've got to get addressed. I also think getting more staff recruited. I don't know who's responsible for that. I don't know how you can do your job and also do recruitment. That doesn't seem like that's going to work out very well, but we've got to figure out a way to get this function up to speed. And we're going to burn out people and have them go, hey, unless we can get the resources that are necessary. We're up here being very demanding, and I'm sorry about that, but we do want this. But we need to give the resources that are needed to get the job done. And that's on us if we're not getting that done. So I think we really, I don't know what your schedule is, but I'd be happy to sit down and meet and figure out ways that we can try some different things and try to do some more serious recruitment. Or otherwise, we're up here preening, we're not really doing the job. And I don't think anybody
I think
wants
some
that.
additional discussion would be most welcome.
needed, yes.
Well, and I would say that, and I totally agree, we are responsible in large part because we put all of these things in this department. And maybe there needs to be a serious discussion about reallocation of these responsibilities. Because I've said, we've dumped on the department. I put my Adopt a Community grants there, the citywide community grants are there, the housing program is there. You may not have the capacity.
Yeah, Rhonda's program.
And all of them. And so, clearly, we wanted social workers there, not program coordinators as such. So I'd be glad to meet and sit down and see how we can restructure and retool so that we can get the outcomes that we need in the city. So, all right,
So
further questions?
we don't want to end on a bad note. Thank you very much for the report.
No
It's very
problem.
fulsome and a lot of good information. And we do very much appreciate the work you're doing.
Thank you.
You need to bang on us to give you more help, and we'll take it gracefully and try to do what we can, because this was our baby, and we think it's very much needed in the community, and so we do appreciate.
Thank you.
Alderman Chandler? All right, thank you very much, and we look forward to getting together with you.
I think that's it, isn't it?
Last but not least, Ms. Stewart, please come forward.
So grab some more microphones. Why can't we get more microphones in here?
We need 3 down there.
Not in the budget.
You can take that one
Can't
from,
let these people wait.
Fitting us into this schedule. 'cause I know
Mike, grab one off of the
or that one over here. It's
Yeah,
probably easier.
Oh,
Miss- You think she's gonna need? Okay. But who wrote the?
Okay, so,
Who answered all the questions?
okay, hi,
Hi.
I'm Hope Stewart, SMBE Liaison. I know that this work group, we call it the Annapolis Small Maritime Business Work Group. It's a mouthful, but it was something that was specifically requested of both Alderwoman Finlayson and Alderman Arnett when you were discussing Ordinance 02521. And the focus of this group, and again, thank you for fitting us into today's schedule. I know it was packed, so we appreciate this.
Ms. Stewart,
Yes.
do we have, I think we have it. It's
You've
with the
got the-
orange tags.
Yes, so
Okay.
the focus of this work group was, as you requested, to really look at the impacts of ordinance.
Sorry. Always,
That's okay.
always, always.
I hope that means that pizza's coming.
I'm sorry, no, I didn't order pizza.
We should have ordered about an hour ago.
You're right.
No, so the
Should be
impact of
automatic.
02521 on the smaller maritime operations. So we did assemble this group. When we were putting together the members, it was really important for us to have a representation of smaller businesses that represented both the different maritime districts as well as different maritime industries. So we made sure to not only have marinas, also charters and services. We met over the course of 3 different meetings, and the discussion really was focused on the impact of this ordinance and recommendations that these businesses would make as to what would make the ordinance more equitable to the smaller maritime groups. And I will add that the recommendations really were not about zoning changes. But when there were some discussions about equality, it was more in terms of the water incentives program, which I know Alderman Arnett is very familiar with. So that is my introduction, and I will kind of chime in as needed, but I'd like to turn it over to 2 of our members. We've got Seth Lehner and Mike Tomasini is our liaison between this work group and the Maritime Advisory Board. So would you all like to kick it off and talk
Is
about?
it still afternoon?
Good afternoon. Okay, I'm Seth Lehner. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to see you. So I understand you have the reports there in front of you. And I'll support that Hope was fantastic and a great help with this.
Could you pull the mic closer?
Sure.
I'm having a hard
Is that
time
better?
hearing.
Is it on?
Okay. So we really spent the several hours exploring and talking about the effects of that ordinance from a couple of years ago and how that change in the thresholds, let's see, and the triggers which allowed the businesses to utilize their parcels in new ways and how that would potentially and is affecting the various zones and the property stakeholders within those zones. And so we had a rather open discussion over the course of those meetings, but it really came to the what it sort of narrowed down to is looking at some data. And I took the liberty of compiling quite a bit of data on uses that are currently current uses of parcels and properties within various zones. And I went ahead and provided that to the entire work group, and we talked through the impact that those were having. And So in the report that you have there, I guess I've now taken on the role of part-time consultant, so I am available for a lot of consulting. So the report that we did there is we really just broke down, I broke down, or we broke down by zone, WME, WMM, WMI, and did a study from sort of a not all-encompassing range, because to do that would require literally a study of every single parcel, but instead highlighted several which are small enough in scale to get a good idea of what that would happen, and then also on the other side of that, big enough in scale that they're names and noteworthy throughout the community. And I think that's sort of a balanced approach of how to look at the potential impact and existing impact of this new ordinance. So for example, in WME, there's about 10 or so properties there where we looked at the address, location, the square footage of that, of the property as under roof, it's being utilized commercially, and where that was sourced from. And then we looked at what is currently allowed, and then the net change from the 2021 ordinance, and then what could have happened or could happen with the triggers and the incentives programs. And so you work your way across that report, and you find that there's a pretty large disparity between the WME properties and then the other two similarly zoned WMM and WMI properties. It's to the degree where, for example, we look at the one incentive, one trigger incentive where there's a $200,000 payment that could be made to the city to increase the commercial use of that property by a whopping 5% to non-maritime use. And you look at what the impact is on that individual property, and you come up with a total cost per square foot to improve the use of that property by such is so very high that the property owner can't possibly justify essentially buying that 5% use, okay? And then similarly, the other incentives fall from there. So we took all that information and we discussed some possible adjustments to those triggers. And Hope is correct. We didn't look at it from the position of coming to the city and changing zoning. Instead, we come to the city and say, let's make some adjustments to these triggers and incentives that would allow a fair balancing to the smaller property owners in the most subjected zone. And so that's what you have in front of you.
You might be surprised, but I have some questions.
Alderman Arnett?
First of all, I appreciate the effort and would like to have some time to evaluate this more fulsomely. But when this was presented in front of the Maritime Advisory Board, I had the impression that there was a lot more data coming, that you had said in particular that you wanted time to address. Is this the data?
This is certainly the summary of the data in spreadsheet form, noting exactly where it was sourced from. And in column E, you'll find that's either from the MSDAT and then, or a Google Earth
Yeah, no, I don't, the sources, but I need to understand some of the triggers. So when you say current allowed, current what allowed?
Sure, so which column are you referring to?
I'm about 5 in where it says current percent allowed. What
This is
allowed?
the headline.
I'm looking at the headings.
For some of you might not understand the water access.
Oh, okay, sure. So that's 0. So you have,
What
as
is
you know,
the
you
meaning of
passed
the title of the column heading?
I'm sorry?
What percent of what allowed?
Oh, so this is strictly looking at the entire global availability for a commercial property to expand use of its property beyond the maritime
So
grid.
this is percent of non-maritime business allowed on the parcel?
Yeah, so correct. So that's WME is in column, right. And then when you work your way down to the WMM, for example, and you work your way over to column F, Annapolis City Marina would have 0.3 or 30% allowable use of that property.
Let me catch up with you.
Sure.
We're under Annapolis City Marina, which is right under the orange line.
WMM, right?
And so this 0.3 is 30%?
Yeah, correct.
Right.
Yep.
And then that is the number of square foot that was allowed before?
Yeah. So
And
if you
now
look
with
at
the
column,
triggers-
yeah, let me help you out, Ross. I'm sorry, Alderman. The column F is the current allowed. So WME is 0, nothing. And then WMM is 0.3 or 30% of their allowable square foot. So for example, to use Annapolis City Marina, they have 74,132 gross square feet under roof that's been utilized for a commercial application. According to the zoning rules, et cetera, 30% of that would be allowed for non-maritime use.
So
Okay, that's
I need
prior to
check that, 'cause
2021.
I don't think that is what the code allows, but
Okay.
go on.
All right. Well, so prior to 2021. Now, the next column over is column H, which shows that,
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
We don't have column letters.
30% of non-maritime use allowed in WMM or 0.3%
well,
non-maritime
it's a
use?
factor of 0.3, so it is 30%.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay, so that equals 22,240 square feet could be used as a non-maritime related commercial activity as governed by the whatever that grid is, that's whatever the name of that grid is. And then the next column over, allowed with the new set of triggers. So that increases by a factor of 15%. So we're now up to 45%. Annapolis City Marina can go from 22,000 square feet to 33,364. Okay. I then made a note in column I whether or not they have, these particular parcels have available to them a benchmark to meet the trigger for the land. In other words, many of the triggers are governed by literally square footage of your lot. And in several cases, they simply don't have the land. If it's blank, then the answer is, I don't know. We would have to probably get somebody who's a perfectionist in land surveyors to do that. The next column over is column J, which is the water access incentive fee. And with that, Annapolis City Marina could pay a $200,000 fee. That would get them an additional 7,413 square feet under roof that could be used for non-maritime commercial activity. The cost to do so to them would be a whopping $27 per foot.
Okay, you're going to have to slow down.
Sure.
Yeah.
Because I'm not,
Go ahead.
our columns are not labeled by letters, first of all, so,
Oh, I'm sorry. How did they print? I
no,
apologize.
they did not.
Okay.
You know, you had. the
Sure, I
same
can help.
copy we had.
I'll take my time. The headers are there, correct?
Yeah, but it's hard to tell what that means.
Okay.
So, for example, most trigger benchmark land something.
So meet the trigger.
Yep. So the
Okay.
columns, I'll read the header for you. It's meet the trigger benchmark requirement, land requirement.
Okay,
In other
so
words, there are, I believe, 2 benchmarks to meet the trigger that require so many square feet of land. So a property that either has that or it doesn't. And I can very clearly tell you that several in WME do not. So therefore, those properties will not meet that requirement. They're not eligible. Okay? So there are several which do.
It's too bad we can't broadcast this on.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I can't see exactly what you're seeing. But
Yeah, if we had had it in advance, we could have.
Sure.
Sorry.
It is also, I don't know if you all have laptops, but it is on the computer as well. It might be.
Microphone.
It is on the website. I don't know if it might be easier for you to
Well,
view.
I'm not, I definitely want to go over the
Okay.
details, and there's some things that
So
strike
I
me as-
actually, I have it on the website. Could you please tell me, I literally have the website portion up. Could you please tell me which related document it might be up on?
So it is the one that says, sorry, we had to put them all into PDFs. It might, I think it's the second one from the top, or the one that says incentive recommendations. Do you want me to come up and? Sorry, my phone died, so before.
I have it, but it's literally just the same PDF of the spreadsheet you handed us.
Okay, that is it then, but that one doesn't have the numbers, like
So the
numbers?
column letters are not on the top?
No, I
Okay.
mean, I just
But the
wrote,
headers are there, correct?
the headers are there.
Okay.
For the column letters, I just literally started A
Okay.
on the top left and
Sure.
wrote them across so I could
Sure.
follow
Okay,
the bouncing
let's-
ball. But
So how did you find that on the website? City site?
yeah, that
Under
is-
economic,
that is annapolis.gov
that.
/2214. Slash,
oh, shoot, well, that wiped out the whole thing.
I will email it to my colleagues.
Okay, that'll be great.
And just, I guess, in the interest of time too, this was 1 out of 5 recommendations, so there were 5 recommendations overall. So if we did, if you all wanted to take some more time to take a look at this spreadsheet and really understand the context of these recommendations within the waterfront incentives, we can have a discussion another time as well.
So these are the 5 recommendations that are on the
Correct.
second
Yeah,
page of the
I mean,
report?
the 5 recommend, when we have this discussion, and I think Mike can share as well, that the impact of this ordinance was a little too early to tell what it would be long-term on the smaller maritime and businesses that weren't in these zones that Seth is specifically looking at. So that when we talked about equality within the zones, that's where this really came up. Because when you talk about these incentive triggers, the properties that do exist in WME and some other zones are smaller than WMI zones. So that's why WMI and others are more able to benefit from these water incentive triggers that were established by the Maritime Task Force. But there were other recommendations that did come up. I mean, the number one recommendation is the importance of maintaining these maritime zones. We had somebody who said that if we didn't have these maritime zones, they wouldn't be able to afford to operate within the zones. They know how important it is for us to keep this as part of our character of Annapolis. Another thing that did come up was the idea of maritime enhancing uses instead of just maritime compatible uses. And I know this is something that is a little controversial when we talk about the maritime zones, but they did say that having cafes and bakeries in their areas are helpful to their staff and to visitors because it brings in foot traffic and exposure to their businesses. I've discussed with this Alderman Arnett, part of this ordinance was that we had to collect property information on what is maritime and non-maritime uses. That's been an extreme challenge, getting this information from people. They don't want to provide it because they're afraid they'll be fined. And we really need to think
If
of
they
a new
don't
way.
provide it, they might be fined,
Right,
yes.
so if we want to do this, we really need to have a better way of collecting this information. Otherwise, it's kind of a useless exercise. And as we also had learned, the Planning Commission has to submit findings and recommendations to you all every 4 years. So in 2027, the Planning Commission will be up to consider changes to the table of maritime uses. And that gives us time to think forward into the future as to what some maritime uses might look like someday. You know, we had maritime uses from the past. Seafood processing was one. It was very important to us. But maybe there will be future uses. Electric motor battery charging stations were one. Sail lofts. There could be other things that we're not even thinking of. So we have a few years to really think ahead as to what is a maritime use for the future in Annapolis.
So let me
Can I
ask,
plug in? Can I plug in my thing?
Oh,
the
yeah.
charge, using your charger. Thank you.
We're sharing chargers up here. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I was going to point to you to let you know there's an outlet in the floor up here,
Oh,
but
I missed that.
I couldn't get your attention when you guys were searching around looking for one in the back.
around unplugging Christmas trees, yes.
Can't believe we don't have any back there, but, you know. No, go ahead, Alderman Arnett. I forgot what I was going to ask now.
Well, I mean, we clearly need some time to digest this, and I definitely want to understand the table, but I think the word that I keep hearing is fair, and I think we need to discuss what that means. I mean, the number one reason, as you state yourself, for having maritime zones is to keep them maritime. And I can't help but feel your notion of fair in keeping them maritime is to increase the amount of non-maritime. And that just seems like a non sequitur to me. I have to say, I had the same problem with O2521, and in fact, I was opposed to it up until finally Mr. Lomax did the recommendation to have the annual reporting, which you know we have not gotten, because it was diminishing the maritime zones. It was allowing more non-maritime. Now, that is something where that is a fundamental piece of analysis. We can preserve the maritime zones and have them all go out of business. And so we haven't preserved them. And I get that. And so to me, I think we need to have an understanding of what the maritime zones are designed to do, and then with data, find out what they really are doing. And in fact, my suspicion is we're going to find out in the big maritime zones and WME that there's a lot more non-maritime business going on there. I think we'll find it in the WME also. And so far, the maritime zones are surviving. But if they're surviving because they're sub rosa having a lot of non-maritime businesses, that's a fact we need to know. And that is a fact that I think we can take into account. I mean, it's one of those, we won the battle but lost the war. If we're pure on maritime zones and all the maritime businesses go away, what have we done? But I think that fairness issue, that we're going to have to come to an agreement about what fairness means or what the purpose of the maritime is. And then, of course, the next one that struck me was enhancing versus compatible. And I take the takeaway, and I'm testing this with you now, that compatible means it's compatible with maritime, but it's not maritime. Am I correct in getting that sense?
No, I believe the compatible actually is more, it's more falls into the maritime use, whereas we had I don't know, Mike, if you want to speak to this as well, maybe not. We did have somebody who works in the WMI, and they said that there are maritime enhancing uses, and as I said, that for them that was a cafe, and having a cafe where their staff could go and not leave, and so something that brings.
But you can
people
have that in the WME now.
No, this is WMI.
But I thought the thrust of this saying WMI came away with all the goodies and nobody else got it.
Well, I mean, I think that was his point, that he did find this to be a benefit because it does exist in the WMI. I am not speaking on behalf of the Maritime Work Group because this is them, and I was just a staff person, but I did want to clarify the difference between the maritime enhancing. Maritime enhancing they saw as something that would actually draw people to the maritime zones to make them appreciate what we have.
Right. My final comment is, this may be good as an executive summary, but I was really expecting something more fulsome, including getting into things like elaborating fair and elaborating enhancing versus compatible. I'm not sure I still really grasp that. I totally agree with number 4, finding a better way to collect information. And I've suggested that we've assigned it to the wrong people on the city staff, that collecting the information is a specific enhance talent or a kind of thing to do. It's a survey collection or data collection. It's not something that an economist does necessarily, or maybe an entry-level economist would get tasked with that. And I've be cried all along asking Stephen and Hope to do this with all the other things on their agenda. I've always thought was not going to be very successful, but there are people that do this, and I suggested a contract that we make provision in the budget. I don't think it'll be that expensive, but even if it is, I think it's worth it to do that and have somebody that Hope and formerly Stephen could hold accountable, saying, you're not getting us what that Alderman Arnett just keeps insisting that we get. You saw the report that Cardi Templeton gave when she was coming in for her request for a change in her situation. She was able to generate an incredible amount of information, including the names of all the individual maritime and non-maritime businesses in 222. And we didn't find her. I don't understand why that would be hard for all of the maritime businesses to do. And by the way, not all maritime businesses are marinas. But and then you're right, the Planning Commission, I think, is going to very much want to see the results of this analysis for what's coming their way in 2027, as do I. So I think there's a lot of things here that are spot on. Needing the data, needing to continue the maritime, needing to get the analysis for the next time the Planning Commission opens up the widget. And I would, as a side, say that this task force that we've been working on to get information to look at houseboats and other kinds of marina rental stuff is going to help provide a lot more information. Just getting the number of slips by marina, which are still notional rather than the actual counts. If we're going to have legislation that says you can have X number of houseboats as a percent of the number of slips, pretty important to know the number of slips, because you need to know what you're multiplying that percenter by. But, I mean, that would be my request from this, and then I don't know how we do the sit down and look at the table, and I would have to sit down with the code. I think there's some things here that I'm not sure exactly right in terms of what the allowances are. Getting up to 45% non-maritime is getting pretty much up to being not maritime, period.
Yeah, that's what's in the code.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
But you're bringing that source of concern back to me from when we were doing 02521. I guess I would look for, Madam Chair, a little bit more elaboration on the verbiage, and then I'd really like to understand the table, and then I'm wondering if these are the only things that are comparators that we could be looking at. So, and I thank you for this, and I think it's a good start, but I think we need a little bit more. And then I guess I'll ask you the big bottom line question. What did you expect from this report?
So the right-hand columns at the header says recommendation of the work group, the 2024 Maritime Work Group. And we've made a recommendation according to the three, the triggers and the incentives. So we have the word trigger in quotes. We recommend for that particular zone that it goes to 20%. And then with the incentives, we recommend that that goes to 15%.
This is across the board for all maritime zones?
No, for WME.
Pardon?
for WME.
Just WME.
And the reason that it's,
You don't
the
have
reason that the
to.
recommendation is specific to
Those are the
WME.
recommendations.
Okay.
Sure.
So I would need to know why.
Yeah.
And what is the give back to
Yeah.
the
Well,
boating
the-
community and the community that these marinas are nestled into?
Sure. So
I can
the-
understand as a business why you would want more flexibility, but I guess I want to know, what am I getting for it?
Yeah. The answer to that is really in a sense of fairness, and the underlying data proves that. So what's happened is a result, what I started with, we're right back to what I started with, was that the 2022 legislation that started in 2021, it created an even further disparity between those three zones.
Why is that unfair?
Why is it unfair?
Yeah.
Because
Well, that was
unfortunately,
the
what it's
intent
done
of the
is it's
legislation from the,
unfortunately, what it's done is provided for the larger properties to get even larger and the smaller properties to be even further handcuffed. And again, I looked at it from a data-driven thing instead of a feel-good thing.
yeah, no, I get
And
it.
the data unfortunately shows that to be the case.
Get larger in the sense of more land?
Well, you don't have to have more land to get larger. I've shown that too, just by using Annapolis City Marina as the example.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when you go to
Wait a
the
minute. So
other,
how did Annapolis City Marina get larger?
because it's able to utilize what it's have by an even bigger pool, to an even bigger pool of commercial uses.
Yeah, so it's getting larger by expanding the non-maritime uses.
Yes.
It itself is staying the same number of buildings
Well, we
and
can't
space.
add more land.
Exactly.
And there are already
So-
rules according to how we can add
Right.
structure. So
Yeah.
what the city has done is provided for more uses. And what the city did in this ordinance from 2021 is it provided an even greater number of uses to an even greater number of potential commercial applications. And that significantly enhances the WMI and WME zone properties, whereas it, in doing so, handcuffs the WME zone properties because they can't necessarily afford to play in the game of that enhancement.
Okay,
Again,
that's a
the
good
data
point,
shows
and
that.
I need to understand that.
Sure.
Because you do make that in passing here, and because in reality, the worst that's happening is nothing. So it's not handcuffing you. It's saying you're staying the same.
Well, that argument may hold true, except if you have a commercial endeavor, which is by definition, according to the ordinance, non-maritime, then that commercial endeavor can only be placed in fewer zone parcels.
Yeah, but again, that's not handcuffing the smaller marinas. It's saying you're staying the
Well, on
same.
top of that, the handcuff is that in order to reach an incentive, you have to, for example, pay a $200,000 fee into a pool, and in many cases, it costs per foot well over $1,000 per foot to do so. So that's commercially unreasonable and untenable. So what happens is it actually has a double effect.
We don't
So
need-
if you have a viable business that, well, I mean, I'm
No,
telling you what happens, okay?
I'm hearing you. I'm looking at the time and I'm thinking,
Yeah.
these are things, you really have opened up the avenues of discussion and dialogue, and I think we need to do it. But I will tell you from the get-go, and
Well,
I'm
allow me to finish this, if you may.
Sure.
So instead of coming at this from the position of let's change the zoning, instead of that, that's a bridge too far. Instead of coming at it from the position of, well, let's just change all of the code and all of the rules associated with maritime-related zones. The argument could be made, as you recall, that 3 different zones is crazy to begin with. It's either maritime or it's not.
Yeah.
So we could sit here and make that argument too, right? But let's not do that. That's a bridge too far for today. What we came at it from the perspective of is, look, these zones and these ordinances are in place, the triggers, the incentives, et cetera, were all enacted, they're there. Let's instead get a sense of balance across all the maritime parcels, okay? Allow a marina, a commercial building, a restaurant, you name it, any sort of endeavor, allow them to have a balanced sense of fairness across the business community. And these recommendations will get us a lot closer to that across the community, across the city, not just for individual parcels, but instead all businesses within that zone, you now have a balancing effect. And that's the recommendations of the work group.
So let me call on Alderman Schneidermeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the 2 points that I would like to make, one in regards to being put at a disadvantage and handcuffed compared to the larger marinas, i.e. the smaller ones. So when these larger marinas are able to gain these extra non-maritime tenants, that doesn't mean that more maritime tenants go into the smaller marinas. It just means the smaller marinas sit empty with extra space that they're not able to use. So by giving them that greater flexibility, they're able to actually compete more. It's no secret I'm a bigger fan of increasing flexibility for property owners. I do think that allows them to be more dynamic in a world that is changing faster and faster, and that gives us greater resiliency. And I think that by leveling this playing field, we do allow them to be more competitive, because what helps our industry overall? Is it have them go out of business and then we just got this empty lot sitting there, or is it have them do the same thing as the big boys and still serve a purpose? And with that brief statement, I yield my time.
Thank you, sir. Well, the outcome of this hasn't been reached. And I'm not sure whether it has or hasn't, but as a result of the legislation, these are the recommendations coming from the small marina owners.
Correct.
Is there enough information for us to take some action to provide assistance or direction or whatever we're looking to do?
So, Madam Chair, if I may, I don't feel confident doing things quite today. I would like to see, there's a lot of, there's some data given in the spreadsheet, but just general quoting of numbers. I would like to see maps if you have maps. I know we're kind of, this was a little bit last minute, and we do appreciate folks being able to come in today. We're trying to do our best to accommodate, but I would like to see some maps of some of these properties so I can get a better visualization. And I also requested that we can keep the public comment for this open for at least one more meeting, because I do think this is a very significant report, and I want to make sure that we give folks their due time to give comments. And I believe one of our panelists has.
If I may respond to that, we can certainly provide you with maps, absolutely, along with some supporting data of those parcels, where they land in the WME, their current use, projected use. We could get you a lot more detail. I don't want that to go by the wayside.
Yes, and I believe one of our panelists also
I
has
missed the last. Well,
I'm supporting what the Alderman said.
He'll get us maps.
We can certainly get you
Okay.
maps and supporting detail of what that encompasses. Yes, happy to do that.
Well, to be clear, I wasn't suggesting that we come up with any recommendations tonight.
Sure.
We're not there.
Fair enough.
Mr. Thomasine?
Yes, Madam Chair. I think that part of the information that you're really going to want to make an informed decision is going to be vacancies, if you can get that information. It's part of what's supposed to be included in, the city's economic development's report on what's going on in the maritime zones. So if there is a higher number of vacancies in WME that need to be filled, I mean, the square footage and Seth's sheets are there. I mean, maybe some of them are not quite 100% accurate, or they are, but whether or not these smaller property owners are experiencing vacancies is something that they can attribute to needing the fairness across the board. And if the properties are not vacant, and then, or if there's a rent level disparity between WMI properties and WME properties, that's also something that would be helpful to look at it as you're trying to digest it. Are they truly playing at a level playing field, or is there something missing that the smaller properties are going to need to help right the scale a little bit?
I will say that we do track the vacancies. We do have a maritime industry recruitment webpage, and we do list every single maritime zone and current properties that are being listed in each zone. To be honest, it's very small. We don't really have a lot of open and available vacancies in the maritime zones at the minute. And Eastport is currently at a 0.8% vacancy rate. So that
80%?
0.8.
0.8.
Point
Oh,
eight, that's what I was going to say.
Considering the
There's a lot of
city as a
vacancies.
whole is around 5%, 0.8% is an extremely low vacancy rate. But that's where we are in the present, and I believe that when we're discussing these things, we always do have to plan for the future as well.
Can you send us that?
Yeah, I can send you the website,
I
yes.
probably should know where to find it, but
Yes, we have a whole website, and it does list the incentives that we have as well as available properties, just so people are aware of what we do have to offer.
Well, I think we've given you some guidance as to what else this committee would like to see.
Sure.
And let me again apologize for the delay, but you guys were on this agenda, and then you were off the agenda, and we put you back on.
We appreciate
as
that.
a
We do.
request. So I'm sorry you had to come at the end, but I couldn't move you ahead of the people who are already on the agenda. You understand that? So I appreciate it. But if you don't have, do you have specific questions as to what information? I think we've let them know what we,
yeah, no, I was
we need.
going to get together with Hope and anybody else who wants to get together and ask some questions and try to set a context from where I'm coming from. I'll just say fairness is broader than fairness to marinas. It's also fairness to boaters, and it's fairness to communities. So there's a much broader measure of fairness. I can understand the interest of the businesses. If you weren't interested, you wouldn't be a good businessman, and I think you are a good businessman. But that term, I think, is really going to be part of the linchpin of how we proceed and what we recommend to do.
Okay. Well, would you like for me to put them on the next agenda? Oh, Seth is in.
Yeah, we-
Sorry, I'm jumping in.
You're not
I'm
going to
gonna
be
push
here. I
this.
know, that's why you're here today.
He will be out of town January and February, which is why we
Well, you
wanted to
can't be out of
here.
town for both. Now, we can move you from here to February, but to March, I'm just kidding.
Or we'll bring him on speakerphone. or
Actually, March
something.
is to your advantage because it gives me plenty of time to produce a fantastic report to blow your socks off, you see.
Well, is there any urgency?
So I'm just appealing to Ross. I want him to be so impressed by what we can
Okay.
truly produce.
I think you have
We
it
like
then.
quality. but
I think a
we'll
big
take-
I want
report
quality
takes a
and
while to-
quantity for you, Ross.
I think a big report takes a while to put together and get right.
Yeah.
So I'm fine chilling out till March.
But I will try to also register some of my thoughts, all the committee members can.
Yeah, and I think that they're valid for sure. Look, I'll close again with this. The word fairness has a big, wide range definition, right? We can all agree on that. I think what the intent of the rule and the intent of the council and the intent of the city is for everybody to have a successful maritime district, regardless of what it's called. We all want it to successfully work. What we saw in this work group is that we are playing with rules and guidance that's from 1987.
Yep.
1987, I graduated from high school in 1987, okay? So that's how, and what
My
we
son
did.
was born in 1987.
There you go. So,
What year?
and it's, I think it's fair and reasonable.
Just to me. You were 7.
There you go. See that? All right, I can't hear you, and it's probably.
He didn't want you to hear that.
No, I don't.
To know what year he was born,
No, I don't need to know that, but I can tell you that I think we can all agree that that's an old
Yeah.
set of rules and guidelines.
Yeah.
So really the big theme of this whole thing, and I hope Mike and Hope agree, is that if we're going to use that way of governing today, that's fine. Let's look at let's look at how we can bring it forward to today. And that's really what the essence of this is.
I would point out, we thought we did that in 2021.
I know you did.
Which is recent.
I know
It's
you did.
recent.
This is
I
just
don't have a
fine tuning
son
that
born in
work, Ross,
2021.
that's all. We're just doing a
Which is
little
a
fine.
good thing, too.
So, yeah. And I hope you heard, as you agonize through the rest of it, important to us is recruit and retention. So we're not unmindful of that.
Right.
We are mindful that you are businesses that need to be successful, and we need you to be successful. So we're not turning a callous eye or ear or foot, whatever it is, to that.
Have a great weekend.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
All right, so we'll put you down for March.
March.
Got it.
If that fits.
Thank you, and again, I'm sorry you had to wait so
No,
long.
that's quite all right. Thank you very much.
So, have a wonderful weekend. Is it weekend? Yeah, it is Friday. I don't even know what day of the week it is. Okay, so
We
is
didn't
it,
get to the last item on the agenda, but I
Which
propose
was?
we postpone it.
ID 173-24, comprehensive rezoning discussion with Director of Planning and Zoning, Chris Jakubiak, who is not
oh, well,
here.
he wasn't going to be here.
He's not available.
Yeah, I thought we had taken,
Motion to postpone action on ID 173-24.
well,
I would second that because I hope they're moving ahead with alacrity. I know the planning commission is, and they're dealing with, I've never seen this before. They're actually following the comp plan, and they're actually implementing? I mean, what a concept.
Wow, that's
I thought it was
novel.
supposed to just go on the shelf. I'm glad we put the effort into it that we did. and
because they
analyzed it.
know that there's going to be questions about the status, so.
Hour 4 and a
Okay.
half.
Well,
By the way, I asked for, I haven't gone over to get it, but
Your mic's off.
I don't have the current comp plan.
you mean the final?
Yeah, the final. I don't think we got
I
the
don't think we
final-
got it, yeah.
We need the final comp plan. We need the final action plan. So Eric told me he has a copy waiting for me over in P and Z, and I just haven't gotten there. But that should be our Bible. It should be in our desks so that we can refer to it.
Just think about how much is, I mean, how many pages? It must be 500 pages with the two
Thank you.
portions of it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
well, okay, so motion to
Postpone?
postpone comprehensive rezoning, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and
Agenda's concluded.
motion to,
Motion to pour a martini?
yes,
Second.
yes.
I make a good old fashioned.
I need to take you to AYC. They make a smoked old fashioned.
I'm not allowed in AYC.
I know.
I think I've seen,
I know.
sorry, a motion to adjourn, I'll
So
entertain.
moved.